Chapter 561. Sitting in his seat, Yu Hong felt a tangle of confusion in his heart. Truth and illusion, he could no longer distinguish reality. Listening to his master and Qian Rong gossip about why the sect hadn't contacted them or handed over minerals in such a long time, his attention was gradually drawn back. For the sect, it's a long story. They are also facing the onslaught of the Great Annihilation right now. Coming here is actually very troublesome because the 2-star zones that originally belonged to us were eroded a few years ago. Now, there's only a very narrow path that can be used for jumping and traversing. Low cultivation crew members can't make the trip without being detected. Qian Rong sighed. Which 2-star zones? Yu Shuezi asked in a low voice. Heavenly Spring and Dingshan. The Golden Immortal seniors responsible for them are missing. Qian Rong's expression became gloomy. This? Yu Shuezi and Bai Shanghaiying looked at each other, realizing that even Golden Immortals could go missing. The danger must be far beyond their imagination. Let's not dwell on this. When we received the Master's message, we were surprised to find you all still here. Honestly, if it weren't for that, we had basically planned to abandon such a far-flung place. So, I have another task this time, which is... Qian Rong paused. That is to bring you all back to the sect ahead of time. This area can no longer be defended. The sect has no choice but to retract its borders. I hope you understand, Master. Her words made Yu Shuezi and his 3 disciples fall silent. The 3 of them tried to maintain a composed appearance, but their hands holding the wine cups began to tremble slightly. Yu Shuezi had long dreamed of returning to the sect and leaving this godforsaken mining star. Originally, he thought it would only be possible for them to return after Yu Hong broke through to the immortal realm, but he didn't expect Qian Rong to bring such surprising news. How could this not fill him with joy, making his heart surge with emotions? Master, Qian Rong repeated, somewhat puzzled. No, nothing, just too happy. I didn't expect this. Didn't expect this at all. Yu Shuezi waved his hand repeatedly, unable to hide the smile on his face. Beside him, Bai Shanghaiying couldn't suppress their smiles either. For a moment, the few of them chatted with Qian Rong about where they might be placed once they return. Yu Hong listened quietly on the side. After a while, Quan He also arrived late and took a seat below him. Yu Shuezi introduced him, and although Quan He was only in the foundation establishment stage, Qian Rong did not show any disdain and conversed with him earnestly. Half a year later, when the second batch of envoys arrives, you will be able to return to the sect with them. Before that, I hope you all prepare as soon as possible. Qian Rong reminded before getting up and saying farewell. Yu Shuezi personally escorted her out of the palace and towards her resting place, the Mukong spaceship. The spaceship was hovering 1,000 meters high in the sky, not far from Wanshua Palace, shaped like a blue-black shuttle. Yu Shuezi and Qian Rong flew to the side entrance of the spaceship. Nephew, you didn't receive the task of taking us back before, did you? Yu Shuezi asked softly. I noticed a change in your expression after I introduced Zheng Ro, and then you mentioned taking us back. You must have. Master's eyes are sharp. Indeed, it was a temporary task, Qian Rong sighed. I have a magic treasure that allows me to communicate urgently with my master for a short period. After confirming that Zheng Ro was an immortal seed, I asked my master and received the order for your return. Master, the sect is really struggling to face the Great Annihilation, Qian Rong said helplessly. I understand. Otherwise, we fringe immortals wouldn't have been remembered only now. Yu Shuezi nodded. On this return trip, he might have to step up to the front line. If not, they wouldn't be taking him back. Honestly, with the arrival of the Great Annihilation, most of the peripheral strongholds have been consumed. The fact that you managed to hold on for so long makes you one of the few exceptions. Without Zheng Ro being an immortal seed, the sect still wouldn't have given up on such strength. Immortal seeds are precious, but I was once one too. I know their importance isn't that high, Qian Rong continued. Yu Shuezi said no more. Qian Rong also stopped and turned to fly towards the spaceship entrance. On the other side, Yu Hong and Quan He exited the palace. After walking a few steps, they were about to teleport back. Suddenly, a thin figure blocked their way. When Daozong, a disciple under Qian Rong, greets fellow disciples. The figure was a robot dressed in a green Taoist robe with black hair over its shoulders. Yu Hong confirmed that it was indeed a robot. A silver face, black metal arms, and no part of its visible body was made of flesh. Ah, don't mind it. I was injured once before, and now only my head and brain remain. The rest are mechanized structures. When Daozong introduced himself, as he spoke, he took out 2 small items from his Taoist robe, tossing them to Yu Hong and Quan He. These are greeting gifts from my master to you immortal seeds. Please accept them. Yu Hong and Quan He caught them precisely, finding they were 2 identical black jade talismans. The talismans had a large engraved character, meteorite. These talismans contain a nourishing treasure only available to the sect's immortal seeds, the meteorite immortal brew. When Daozong explained, it can be consumed once below the immortal realm to forcibly elevate one's realm by 1 stage. Use it when you hit a bottleneck. The effect is excellent. This is too valuable, Yu Hong frowned. Such treasures that could break through small realms were unquestionably precious. Qian Rong's gesture seemed like an offer of goodwill. It's nothing. Master said that if you feel uncomfortable accepting it, you could look after her family descendants a bit when you return to the sect. She's always on missions and rarely has the chance to care for them. When Daozong smiled, the robot's smile was a simulated expression made by liquid metal on its face, giving off an awkward and eerie feeling. In that case, it would be impolite to refuse. Yu Hong no longer declined. Clearly, Qian Rong was making early investments. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't returned to the sect yet. Moreover, there's a more crucial reason why he readily accepted it. Seeing him accept it, Quan He no longer said anything. That's good. In that case, I'll take my leave now. You two take care. When Daozong nodded, leaped up, and opened a cover behind him, revealing a rocket propulsion system. With a hiss, he shot into the sky and quickly disappeared into the night. What do you think? Yu Hong retracted his gaze from the sky and asked telepathically. Just like you think. Quan He remained expressionless. This senior sister Qian Rong suddenly arriving, not sparing even our remote outpost, and sending a second batch of messengers to help suppress, it just doesn't sound normal. In the end, maybe there isn't a second batch of people at all, and migrating us back to the sect is what they really want to do. Maybe. Yu Hong exhaled. This meteorite immortal brew. Don't be in a rush to use it. I'll study it first. He left these words, took a step forward, and with a hiss, disappeared on the spot, leaving Quan He alone holding the jade talisman, deep in thought. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the black spirit, Yu Hong held the jade talisman, exerting the power of the Qingwei heart technique, trying to discern if it was real or fake. But no matter how he observed, how he checked the details, this thing truly existed. So, Yu Hong decided to try another method. His black mark could. Wait, the black mark is still strengthening the defense belt. Can't use it.
Yu Hong frowned deeply.
With the black mark occupied, he couldn't immediately verify the authenticity of the supplement given by Qian Rong. There was still more than half a month left until the defense belt strengthening was completed, and Qian Rong's migration decision time was set for half a year later. By then, he could fully test the authenticity of Qian Rong with the black mark after the enhancement. Where has Senior Corrupt gone? Not showing up at a crucial moment. Thinking of this, Yu Hong looked outside. The night was dim without mist. Evidently, the recent repairs by his master Yushuezi had reinforced the array of the mining star, patching up all previous vulnerabilities. At this moment on the mining star, after their cleanup operation, it was the safest time since Yu Hong's arrival. With that in mind, Yu Hong planned to search for the true entrance to Wanchua Palace again. Currently, his golden core was at perfection, and he could break through to the nascent soul at any time. Combined with his various traits, his power was vastly superior to when he had first arrived on the mining star. He was no longer as wary of the monstrous sword cultivators outside. Yu Hong pushed open the door and looked up at the night sky. At this time, the spaceship from Qianrong's world was emitting a faint white light, illuminating the surrounding area from high above. With a thought, his figure flickered and appeared in the mine tunnel leading to Wanshua Palace. He had searched this mine tunnel many times but had never found the entrance. But tonight, a strange impulse drove him to leave the safe house and come here again. In the dark and deep mine tunnel, white lights illuminated the entire passage. At a glance forward, the deep tunnel extended thousands of meters to the bend, silent and empty. Yu Hong stopped using instantaneous movement and swiftly moved forward, step by step, along the tunnel. His gaze constantly swept the walls on both sides, looking for the entrance to the true Wanshua Palace that might appear. Suddenly,
Yu Hong's vision blurred.
it seemed like something flashed past. He stopped abruptly and looked around. But with his repeatedly enhanced sharp eyes, the top-tier immortal general's eye, he couldn't find any problem. At my level, it's impossible to have a vision blur. Either I'm having an illusion, or there really is something flashing past. Yu Hong tensed slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly activated the Qingwei Heart technique to break through the second layer. Soon, a cool sensation flowed through his body, quickly gathering at his eyes. At the same time, the trait illusion god in his mind began to emit a faint glow. This instantly raised his resistance to illusions to its maximum. Suddenly, Yu Hong's vision blurred again, and this time, he accurately caught a glimpse of something flashing past. It was an entrance. The entrance to the true Wanshua Palace. The entrance was eerily moving rapidly on the right wall at high speed. Without thinking, Yu Hong immediately chased after it. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice entered Yu Hong's mind from behind. He paused slightly and quickly turned to look behind him. Chapter 562. In the dark tunnel, a voluptuous woman in a green Taoist robe appeared in the middle of the path without warning. It was Qianrong. Just before my bath, I noticed that junior brother was searching for something, so I came to take a look. Unexpectedly, it was that. Qianrong's gaze was calm as she looked at Yu Hong. Senior sister Qianrong, what brings you here? Yu Hong frowned, heightening his vigilance. At this time, in this place, the other party seemed to know what he was looking for. This made him wary. This isn't the place to talk. Do you dare to come with me? Qianrong looked around lightly and said. Then, she waved her right hand, opening a pure white oval light gate beside her. She walked inside calmly. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked away. He wasn't so foolish as to follow someone without knowing where they were teleporting to. After only a few steps, Qianrong's figure appeared in front of him again. Her face looked rather helpless. All right, since you don't want to, let's talk here. She then waved her right hand, and an invisible membrane instantly enveloped the two of them, isolating them from the outside world. Zheng Ro, do you know that your master and the others are all chaos bodies? After isolating the outside, Qianrong's first words made Yu Hong tremble all over. I. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Why was this place abandoned by our sect? Why did we suddenly come here again and pay attention recently? You might guess what it's all about. Qianrong sighed. Is it because of the red sky fruit?
Yu Hong instantly ricked.
Correct. Qianrong nodded. A red sky fruit suddenly appeared here, and its efficacy is stronger than any previously seen. Originally, our sect planned to remain hidden, but such a treasure, if missed, may never appear again. So, after weighing the options, the sect sent me to investigate. Then what you said before about taking us back to the sect was... Yu Hong paused and asked. It's true, but chaos bodies have their own place for settlement. You are different. Qianrong continued. The Wanshua Palace has long been extinct. Martial Uncle Yu Shuezi is suppressing the sealing formation and is slowly heading towards self-destruction. This place had lost its value long ago. Even the star disaster didn't pay attention to it. Until recently, the appearance of the red sky fruit changed the overall situation here. My mission was originally to investigate this matter, but I didn't expect to encounter you. Qian Rong's tone softened. Zheng Ro, the great annihilation is imminent. Qinghe Mountain is about to reappear in the world. Someone like you, a top immortal seed, staying in a declining place like Wanchua Palace has no future. If my master knows about your situation and verifies everything, he is willing to personally accept you as a disciple. Would you be willing? What exactly is going on with Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi? Yu Hong didn't answer but instead asked another question. Feng Shuezi and Fu by Golden Immortal were corrupted long ago and sealed here. They stubbornly believe that besides them, everyone else in Qinghe Mountain is annihilated. Therefore, they see any sect cultivator approaching them as a star disaster monster and attack them. Only the people of the Wanchua Palace line are unharmed. This is one of the reasons why our sect abandoned this place. Qian Rong explained. And now, for the red sky fruit, are you willing to reconnect with Wanchua Palace? Yu Hong asked. Of course, the star disaster is now fiercely attacking the sealing place of Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi because of the red sky fruit. But for some reason, despite being corrupted by the heart disaster, Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi is desperately resisting the attack to protect the red sky fruit. I'm here to clarify the situation. The best outcome is to take the red sky fruit and relocate the entire Wanchua Palace back to our sect. So, will Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi and the others come with us? Yu Hong asked. How could that be possible? Qian Rong shook her head. This is their sealing place. No matter what, they can't leave the star system. This is the Heavenly Venerate's work. No one can defy it. I will consider it. Yu Hong said in a low voice. Think carefully. The star disaster's annihilation is unstoppable. Staying here, Feng Shuezi and the others will eventually be completely swallowed and become part of the star disaster monsters. If you continue to stay, you won't see any hope. Qian Rong sighed. She didn't say more. Her body glowed green, and the next second, she disappeared from the spot. By the way, never go to the real Wanchua Palace. It's a fiercely contested place right now. With our cultivation levels, stepping inside would mean instant corruption and destruction. Don't seek your own death. Qian Rong's last advice echoed again. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Yu Hong somewhat understood now. The sect behind Qian Rong was highly likely to be real. They had been evading the source disaster using some special means. But when the red sky fruit emerged, they couldn't resist the temptation and decided to take action. They found themselves and Quan He while intending to quickly grab the red sky fruit and thought of taking them along when returning. But in doing so, if they left, Feng Shuezi and Senior Corrupt Traveler would still be struggling against the star disaster, which meant abandoning them completely. Yu Hong didn't look for the real Wanchua Palace's entrance. He directly used instantaneous movement to return to Black Spirit. After a long silence, he suddenly thought of a question. Wait, if the Heavenly Venerate disappeared long ago, isn't the highest realm of the current Qinghe Mountain sect just Golden Immortal? Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi and Senior Corrupt Traveler are also Golden Immortals. No matter which side I go to, the result would be the same. Although Senior Sister Qian Rong said that Martial Uncle and Senior are corrupted by the heart disaster, no matter what, they wouldn't harm me. Moreover, who can guarantee that there will be no problems on the sex side? Yu Hong still inclined more towards the more familiar Corrupt Traveler and Feng Shuezi, as they had indeed given him many benefits. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, outside the safe house window, a pale-faced, white Taoist-robed monster sword cultivator was knocking on the glass with a sinister smile. Yu Hong glanced at him. The Qingwei heart technique quietly activated. Whoosh! The next second, the monster sword cultivator, with a smile on his face, lifted his hands, grabbed both corners of his mouth, and pulled hard. Rip! With a bloody, crisp sound, the sword cultivator's head was torn in two. Then his entire body silently shattered, turning into black mist and disappearing. Only then did Yu Hong withdraw his gaze. This was his first time using the Qingwei heart technique. Just now was the basic move of the heart technique, Broken Heart. The illusion human realm has 3 levels, each with 1 move. Broken heart, broken soul, broken spirit. Their levels correspond to hallucinating the heart of the body, hallucinating the root of the soul, and hallucinating the origin of life. This ability activates automatically with the exercise of power. Anyone with hostile intentions towards him will suffer a backlash corresponding to their cultivation technique level. So, the Qingwei heart technique, once successfully cultivated, is actually a very dangerous defensive technique. Yu Hong tried its effect briefly, and his previously tense mood was somewhat relieved. The truth about Chen Rong is still not confirmed. I have to wait until the black mark is reinforced before making a judgment. Until the judgment is made, I cannot leave with him. Finally, he made a decision. After settling his mind completely, Yu Hong sat cross-legged and began cultivating the Qingwei heart technique again. There is insufficient vitality here, making it impossible to cultivate the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. So generally, in the safe house, he cultivated the Qingwei heart technique. Soon, on the 16th day after Chen Rong's visit to the Wanshua Palace, Yu Hong's heavy defense belt was finally repaired, and his Qingwei heart technique also broke through to the third layer in just 2 weeks, which is the highest realm of the illusion human realm. Inside the life well, huge blades of grass surrounded Yu Hong, swaying violently with the intense airflow. Yu Hong sat alone on a futon in the clearing, his eyes tightly closed, with a faint golden light of his golden core shimmering on his body. Boom! Above his head, the clouds dispersed, revealing the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky. In the starry sky, purple electric arcs gathered like a spider web, becoming more numerous and denser. Swoosh! Yu Xuezi instantly appeared in the surrounding air. Then came Chen Rong, Bai Shang, He Ying, and finally Quan He, who was transported in. Everyone spread out over a distance of 1,000 meters, floating in mid-air, watching the impending heavenly tribulation. This is the nascent soul tribulation? Chen Rong's expression trembled. She had heard that Yu Hong was less than 40 years old, but he was already reaching the nascent soul stage? This speed was almost comparable to her own. How long has it been? He's already starting the nascent soul tribulation? Bai Shang was even more stunned. Immortal seed is like this. I was similar back then because the cultivation time required increases as the stages progress. Before the divinity transformation stage, basically, the innate body has no bottlenecks. Chen Rong explained. A Mahayana cultivator at 300 years old. She indeed had the authority to say this. After all, from nascent soul to Mahayana, one must go through divinity transformation stage and returning to void stage, 2 major phases. If Yu Hong's progress slows down later, he might not reach her level. The key is, there's a star disaster outside. The entire star system is sealed. He's undergoing tribulation here, which will surely attract an attack from the star disaster. Everyone, be cautious and protect the surroundings, Yu Xuezi said solemnly. The rumbling grew louder at this moment. Purple electric arcs amassed more and more. The golden light on Yu Hong's body also began to shine brighter. Everyone waited continuously, but strangely, the heavenly tribulation didn't descend, remaining motionless. Moreover, its power and momentum continued to grow. The purple lightning had already formed a dense vortex, with the center of the purple color turning pitch black. Wait, why is the power increasing? Isn't this the nascent soul tribulation? This momentum is far beyond the level of the nascent soul tribulation, at least the middle stage of the nascent soul. Chen Rong sensed something was amiss. Zhang Ro, be careful. The first phase of the nascent soul tribulation is the heart demon tribulation. Yu Xuezi transmitted a message. The illusion guidance of the heart demon tribulation is very troublesome. Make sure to steady your mind. Understood. Yu Hong was fully focused, constantly alert for any potential danger. Poof! The next second, an invisible, transparent stream of air plunged down from the sky, directly hitting his head. The airstream disappeared. The vision around Yu Hong abruptly trembled and started to distort. But just then, an illusion god trait in his mind also suddenly trembled. Poof! The surrounding vision distortion halted violently, returning to its original state. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Where did the heart demon tribulation go? Yu Xuezi and Qian Rong looked at each other in disbelief. Bai Shang and He Ying, who had experienced it, were even more shocked. When they underwent the heart demon tribulation, it was truly horrific, leaving them severely wounded and nearly dead. How could it be now? But before they could react, the next moment, a thick purple lightning bolt as wide as a barrel abruptly struck down. At that moment, Yu Hong, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and raised his hand to fiercely strike at the lightning bolt. It seemed he had anticipated it, making a preemptive strike that perfectly met the rapid descending lightning bolt. Boom!
A loud explosion.
The thick lightning bolt shattered like a soap bubble with a pop. Not only that, the shards of the shattered lightning bolt reversed direction, shooting back into the sky and violently smashing the purple vortex to pieces. This heavenly tribulation is somewhat weak. Yu Hong furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. It said the weaker the heavenly tribulation, the weaker the post-breakthrough power. This made him a bit worried about whether his nascent soul would be affected. Chapter 563. The purple thunder tribulation gradually dissipated, and the clouds and mist of the mineral star once again covered and restored. A group of people looked inexplicably at Yu Hong, not knowing whether this counted as having passed or not. The thunder tribulation, only struck once. I remember the nascent soul tribulation takes at least 3 strikes, Qian Rong said in confusion. Indeed, at least 3, at most 9, depending on the quality of the golden core. Yu Xuezi also couldn't be sure of the situation. Just go over and ask him directly. He Ying flew towards Yu Hong, but before she could get close, she was forcibly blocked by an invisible force. Whoosh! Around Yu Hong's entire body, massive invisible force fields were constantly jetting out like a spray. These complex intersecting fields were like snowflakes, some large, some small, more like countless tiny blocks, densely shooting out in all directions. It's done! Nascent soul! Bai Shang suddenly exclaimed. Look at his head! Everyone quickly focused on the top of Yu Hong's head. They saw a golden baby crawling out from the top of Yu Hong's head, as if there were a hole. This baby looked 90% like Yu Hong, with a dignified expression, long hair falling over his shoulders, and a mature face. Indeed, it is the nascent soul. Junior brother has truly succeeded. Bai Shang laughed heartily. Thank you, all seniors and fellow disciples, for your protection. Yu Hong's nascent soul solemnly bowed to everyone. He felt very peculiar now, as if his entire being was floating out of his body, able to soar into the sky at any time. His body felt incredibly light, as if weightless, a breeze could make him float away. Finally stepping into the nascent soul at this level, true Yuan transforms entirely into mana, allowing you to mobilize substantial heaven and earth primordial qi. The type of qi you can mobilize mainly depends on your previous cultivation attribute. If you are of the water attribute, you can gather all the water attribute power within a certain range, and similarly with the fire attribute. Yu Xuezi explained. Now, try and see what attribute you have? Yes. Yu Hong's nascent soul flew back into his body, closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and quickly after a few seconds, a moderate invisible force spread out. The air around him began to fill with white mist. The ground started to roll and boil, as if it were boiling. Threads of electricity climbed and spread on his body, and red sparks flickered and burned on his head, while small trees and grass nearby began to grow rapidly. This is the most common 5 elements attribute, without any bias. Yu Xuezi slightly frowned and judged. Indeed, it's the 5 elements attribute, but being able to achieve nascent soul at this age is already very impressive. Qian Rong smiled. Absolutely. Tonight we should have a celebration banquet to also mark Zheng Rou stepping onto a new stage, Yu Xuezi said. I won't join the festivities. Qian Rong shook his head. At that moment, Bai Shang and He Ying approached Yu Hong to discuss the detailed state of his breakthrough to nascent soul, to ensure there were no issues with Yu Hong's nascent soul. Starting from the nascent soul stage, true Yuan within the body converts into mana. Feel your body's condition? Mana is the hallmark of breakthrough at the nascent soul stage, as the nascent soul gradually grows until the mana births a bit of divine sense. That marks the turning point into divinity transformation. The growth of the nascent soul mainly affects mana. Bai Sheng explained with some concern. Yu Hong closed his eyes to sense it, and indeed, the true yuan within his body had transformed into a substance similar to clear qi. This qi was much lighter compared to the previously dense true yuan, and extremely easy to control. Indeed, it's transformed.
Yuong nodded.
That's good. Bai Sheng and He Ying sighed in relief. This is great. Even our junior brother has reached the nascent soul, sharing the same realm as us. I reckon it won't be long before he overtakes us. He Ying joked after relaxing. Not necessarily, not necessarily. The nascent soul realm is profound and extensive. I only had a slight advantage in aptitude initially. Later on, my speed will quickly slow down, and I will need the guidance from senior brothers and sisters a lot.
Yuong hurriedly replié.
Quan He, slowly flying closer, felt somewhat familiar upon hearing these words. That night, Wanchua Palace held a lively banquet to congratulate Yu Hong on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yu Shuezi gifted a bottle of Frost Cloud pills. These pills were extremely precious. Consuming one bottle could forcibly increase the chance of breaking through to divinity transformation by 10%. According to Yu Shuezi, all their fellow disciples had these pills, but Bai Sheng and He Ying could not break through even after consuming them. The coming challenge of divinity transformation would depend on him and Quan He. After all the festivity, Yu Hong finally calmed down. He did not return to Black Spirit but directly entered the space around the mineral star. In the dark starry sky, the mineral star floated beneath Yu Hong's feet, presenting a soft pale yellow overall. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, motionless, and mentally focused on mobilizing a thread of internal mana. How do I use this? He pondered for a moment, using his most familiar tiger form boxing. He clenched his right hand into a claw and swung it forward. Whoosh! Mana flowed through his right hand, also swinging forward, disappearing into the air. The next moment, shushing, an exaggerated white blade of light, hundreds of meters long, appeared and shot out from his right hand. This blade of light instantly divided the space several hundred kilometers ahead, before gradually dissipating. Is this mana? TSK. Such power, swinging randomly, can have such a strong effect. Yu Hong was moved. This is just basic power. Next, according to what senior brothers said, I need to carefully determine the direction for expanding my mana, deepening my cultivation spell. Currently, I have cultivation techniques that can be upgraded to nascent soul level, only Chaotic God Heavenly Eye and Qingwei Heart technique. Yu Hong was planning. Chaotic God Heavenly Eye is understandable, being the cultivation technique of the elders from Sky Wish sect. High upper limit is normal. Qingwei Heart technique is the same. The key is how to deepen it. He reached into his storage bag, and immediately, a somewhat old dark green book appeared in his hand. The cover of the book was titled, Magic Power Origin. Holding the book, Yu Hong instantly moved back to the safety house and began to carefully study its contents. According to Bai Sheng, each page of this book contained a large amount of key information, with the nascent soul breakthrough focusing mainly on the detailed control and transformation of mana. The 3 layers of nascent soul correspond to 3 stages of mana: micro, fusion, explosive change. At the same time, the realm of manipulating mana also synchronously promotes the enhancement of mana's quality. These 2 aspects complement each other. Master the micro details and you can advance to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Merge them and you can step into the late stage. Master the sudden change, and you will be able to spark a trace of divine sense, achieving divinity transformation. Yu Hong quickly skimmed through the booklet in the safety house and summarized the key points. Next, let's see how powerful this innate body can be. Feeling the strength of his mana, he looked around the arrays in the safety house and noticed flaws and loopholes everywhere. Immediately, Yu Hong began rearranging the various arrays in the house. Using his mana, he upgraded them comprehensively. Just as Yu Hong was adapting to his nascent soul power and beginning to learn fine control, Quan He seemed to be stimulated, practicing in the life well for a long time, almost reaching her physical limit, with her meridians faintly aching all over before stopping and getting up. When she walked out of the life well, it was already dark outside. In the dense forest, Quan He looked up at the spaceship of her senior sister Qian Rong and sighed. She finally felt the complexity in the hearts of those who once looked up to her. Don't lose heart. Cultivation is a marathon. It's not time for me to exert force yet. I must endure and be patient. She comforted herself. Forming a spell with her fingers, she was about to return to the Crane Spirit House. Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sky above Wanchua Palace, the black tide, which had been constantly clashing, surged violently and fiercely suppressed the golden light array that was soaring into the sky. At the same time, several thick streams of black air separated from the black tide, flying towards various locations on the mining star. Those directions were precisely where the people of Wanchua Palace were located. One of the streams of black air shot directly towards Quan He. Quan He's pupils contracted. She wanted to act, but the surrounding space suddenly condensed and completely locked her in place. Roar! A roar that didn't sound human came from above her head. Reflexively, she flashed to the left. Puff! A black shadow sliced past her side, cutting a 2-meter-long black fissure on the ground behind her. The depth of the fissure was unclear, a pitch-black chasm, evidently a terrifying power. What is that? Quan He, a battle-hardened warrior, quickly activated her defensive spell. A triangular magic treasure on her waist glowed blue, quickly flew out, expanded, and shielded her in front. The next moment, clang! A huge collision sound erupted. The triangular magic treasure was knocked askew and flew out, and the black shadow seized the opportunity to rush towards Quan He's face. The speed was so fast that she had no time to react. That unknown level of speed surpassed the so-called several times the speed of sound by far. Clearly, the attacker's cultivation had long surpassed Quan He's comprehension. Just as the black shadow was about to hit her forehead, a white jade-like plump hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the black shadow. Puff! The black shadow struggled frantically in the hand, trying to escape but to no avail. It was gently squeezed by the hand. With a puff, the black shadow burst apart, turning into countless black mist dissipating. Quan He was just recovering from the shock and looked at the owner of the hand, and it was none other than her senior sister Qian Rong, who had just arrived at the mining star. This place is dangerous. You should retreat first. I'll handle this. Qian Rong's face was serious as she looked around. Yes. Quan He knew she would only be a burden if she stayed, so she withdrew immediately without saying a word. She did not return to the Crane Spirit House but headed towards Wanchua Palace. At this moment, being by her master's side was the safest place. After Quan He left, Qian Rong's face turned serious. Her hands slowly formed a seal in front of her like a blooming lotus. In an instant, a group of green light shot out from her hands, hitting a black figure in the darkness. The figure exploded, but then more black figures quickly appeared. Courting death, Qian Rong's face turned cold. She drew a green scimitar from her back with a reverse grip. Asterisk. So fast. In the black spirit safety house, Yu Hong's face was grave as he stared at the black figures madly attacking the glass window outside. The opponent wore tattered black clothes, and their skin and flesh were rotten beyond recognition, indistinguishable in features, with disheveled white hair, vaguely resembling former cultivators of the immortal Dao civilization. But now, these cultivators had completely lost all rationality and would only emit beastly growls. They repeatedly hurled themselves against the glass window. Their speed was extremely fast, a flash, a collision, a retreat, then another flash. This cycle repeated. Their speed was so fast that Yu Hong could only barely see them. With a heavy expression, he quickly retrieved an ultra-high-speed camera from the storage room deep inside the house. Carrying the camera, he returned to the hall on the first floor and started recording. Chapter 564. Soon, the speed of these rotting human figures was tested on the bottom right corner of the camera. Between 40 to 50 times the speed of sound. And there's no sound barrier. The laws of physics have completely failed. Yu Hong put down the camera, his face grave. Although he had anticipated encountering such high-speed opponents, it was only when they appeared before his eyes that he felt the enormous pressure closing in on him. No wonder my senior brothers and sisters are so fast. Those who aren't fast enough have long died at the hands of these high-speed monsters. Yu Hong now understood why his senior brothers and sisters all took the path of the sword cultivator. Only that path could deal with these high-speed monsters. However, I am also a nascent soul cultivator now, so... Yu Hong checked the safety house. Although it was constantly being struck, the house remained unshaken and undamaged. Feeling reassured, he focused his thoughts and converted his mana into the mist heaven magical power of the Qingwei heart technique. Then, following the usage method of the illusion human realm, he covered his entire body. Broken heart. A complex crimson symbol appeared out of thin air in front of Yu Hong. It resembled the shape of a heart, or an ideogram similar to the word heart. I definitely can't keep up with their speed. My fastest is only a few times the speed of sound, and I haven't practiced any speed-enhancing cultivation techniques, so I can only rely on other methods to counter them. After spreading the broken heart, Yu Hong slowly walked to the window. Bam! 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 A series of continuous, huge impact sounds rang out in front of him. At the same time, the symbol representing the broken heart began to glow bright red, taking effect. This was his first time using nascent soul power to execute the Qingwei heart technique. Soon, the effect emerged. Outside, 5 rotting human figures abruptly stopped, no longer striking. Their whole bodies trembled, standing scattered on the ground, with their decayed faces seemingly showing expressions of pain. At the same time, Yu Hong's mana started to deplete significantly. Are they resisting? He immediately realized that the mist heaven magical power was taking effect, as the broken heart was influencing the basic components of these monsters. He immediately intensified the mana conversion, turning a large amount of mana rapidly into mist heaven magical power. Soon, the mist heaven magical power was more than half depleted. The 5 figures outside finally came to a complete halt. Boom! All the figures exploded simultaneously, turning into large clouds of black mist, disappearing without a trace. Whoosh! Yu Hong exhaled a long breath. He quickly looked toward Wanshua Palace. The black tide and golden light had returned to their usual balance. It was obvious that it was just a sudden outburst of the black tide just now. Even I had so much trouble, over at Quan He's side. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he shut the door, his figure vanished from the spot. Just as he arrived in front of Wanshua Palace, Yu Hong felt a heavy sense of oppression permeating the surroundings. A kind of faint purple particulate matter floated in the air here. These particles, about the size of a thumbnail, seemed to be alive, constantly wriggling and flashing. Fortunately, all these particles were blocked by the broken heart. Once they got within 10 centimeters of his body, they would automatically disintegrate and disappear. The power of the Qingwei heart technique, boosted by nascent soul power, began to show its might. Yu Hong rushed into Wanshua Palace, heading straight for the area with the most intense energy outbursts. But before he could reach it, a blinding silver light burst forth from that area. The silver light pierced through every wall and stone pillar, only to be blocked by broken heart when it reached Yu Hong, splitting and sliding past him on both sides. In the next moment, Yu Hong felt a sharp, blade-like invisible force sweep over him, then pass by him, spreading out behind him. What is this? His expression changed, and he sprinted towards that area. 10 minutes later, everything had settled down. In the Frost Palace, Yu Shuezi held a wine cup, unable to suppress the smile on his face. It was truly thrilling this time. I was held up by that unconscious monster. Bai Shang and He Ying were both attacked and almost met their demise. Fortunately, Qian Rong intervened at the crucial moment and even gifted the meteorite immortal brew to Bai Shang, helping him break through to the divinity transformation in one fell swoop. We at Wanshua Palace owe you a great debt. He raised a cup to Qian Rong. Uncle Master, there's no need to mention it. At such critical moments, senior brother Bai Sheng's life was at stake. Under the influence of that illusionary realm, we couldn't intervene either. The meteorite immortal brew was just to give him a push from behind. The real effect came from senior brother's own substantial foundation. Qian Rong replied modestly. Yu Hong and Quan He listened below, finally piecing together what had happened. Senior brother Bai Sheng consumed the meteorite immortal brew and directly broke through to the divinity transformation stage. At last, with the help of this cultivation holy medicine, he overcame the bottleneck. The cold consciousness we felt earlier was senior brother's divine sense condensed through his sword. And senior sister Qian Rong also killed a large number of invading black disaster monsters during the attack. Quan He transmitted his thoughts. Did you consume the meteorite immortal brew that senior sister Qian Rong gave us? Yu Hong asked.
No.
Neither did I. Yu Hong nodded. There was no need to say more. The two shared a mutual understanding. Watching Qian Rong speak eloquently at the table, Yu Hong squinted his eyes and lowered his head to pour himself a drink. Meteorite immortal brew. Soon, the enhancement and repair of the black mark will be completed in just a few days. Then we will know whether this thing is genuine, and if senior sister Qian Rong is really calculating the time internally. Yu Hong maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, occasionally responding to his master's concerns about him. He didn't hide the effects of the Qingwei heart technique, openly shared it, causing a slight surprise among everyone. After all, even Yu Shuezi had not practiced this cultivation technique before. This was the first time anyone had seen its specific effects. After a gathering, mechanical servants began to tidy up the place, and everyone returned to their residences as agreed to start patrolling for the next period. After Bai Sheng broke through to the divinity transformation stage, he was full of vigor, with his whole demeanor completely transformed. He proactively took on the main tasks, patrolled the surface of the mining planet every day, full of energy, showing off his eagerness. Occasionally, he would run over to Yu Hong's safe house, pretending to patrol, but actually wanting to see Yu Hong's reaction to his breakthrough. Having been stuck for so many years and suddenly breaking through, Yu Hong could understand his senior brother's enthusiasm. He also demonstrated a supportive attitude, expressing shock and amazement at the divinity transformation stage's divine sense. For 4 consecutive days, no matter where he went, he could feel his senior brother's vast divine sense covering the entire mining planet, comprehensively aware of everything. On the 5th day, everyone finally couldn't stand it. Master Yu Shuezi also unleashed her vast divine sense, giving Bai Sheng a heavy blow. Only then did the situation calm down. At this moment, Yu Hong's heavy defense belt finally reached the point of repair completion. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong watched the countdown timer hit 0 with a final click. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the defense belt that started emitting blue light, he quickly took out the meteorite immortal brew given by Qian Rong and placed his palm on top of it. Enhance the meteorite immortal brew direction. Strengthen the effect of breaking through minor realms. Instantly, the black line on the back of his hand flashed and flowed into the jade token. Do you want to enhance the meteorite immortal brew? The prompt from the black mark appeared directly. It really is genuine? Yu Hong's expression stirred slightly as he withdrew his hand. The holy medicine given by Qian Rong could indeed break through minor realms. But then he seemed to think of something and reached out again. Enhance the meteorite immortal brew direction. Increase the source disaster poison within. The black line flashed again, quickly providing feedback. No basic function, unable to enhance. Yu Hong felt relieved and continued. Next was enhancing the hidden controlling creatures technique, which also did not exist. Relying on this special method of identification, he evaluated dozens of different directions in one go, finally confirming that the meteorite immortal brew was genuine. Moreover, its effect had no side effects, no after effects, extremely potent. Truly worthy of being a breakthrough holy medicine. This also seemed to prove that senior sister Qian Rong might genuinely be from their sect, not a disguise infiltrated by the source disaster. Most of Yu Hong's wariness was lifted after receiving the confirmation from the Black Mark. A few days later, news of Senior Sister He Ying breaking through to the divinity transformation stage also arrived. She too broke through after consuming the meteorite immortal brew given by Qian Rong. This made Yu Hong increasingly certain that Qian Rong was trustworthy. Several times afterward, he saw Qian Rong battling black disaster monsters more fiercely than his senior brothers. One strike would clear a large area. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, but the defense belt was repaired, yet the corrupt Traveler Senior still hadn't shown up. This cast a faint, ominous shadow over Yu Hong's heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the edge of the mineral star system, near an Earth-yellow planet. In space, a pitch-black vortex was continuously spinning at high speed, drawing in all nearby material and energy, absorbing them. At the core of the vortex, on a floating massive black island, Feng Shuezi raised one hand, a complex white light symbol shining in the center of his palm. The symbol released an invisible force field, enveloping the slender-armed monster standing motionless in front of him. The monster was covered in purple-red cracks, as if purple flames were ready to burst out from within at any moment. Both Feng Shuezi and the monster stood in a standoff, seemingly engaged in an unknown level of confrontation. External observers could not perceive this. Not far away, the corrupt traveler quietly observed, with an invisible force field behind him forming a wall, firmly blocking the massive black vortex from entering this area. How long has it been? I can sense the defense belt's energy. Zhang Ro really didn't let me down. He's repaired it. A rare smile appeared on the corrupt traveler's face. His extended confrontation with the child of the mother tree had nearly drained most of his power. The repair of the defense belt was indeed good news for him. I can handle this alone. Go back for now. I can hold out for the time being. If I wasn't worried about destroying the mining planet, I could seal him myself. Quickly activate the defense belt. Then we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Shuezi's voice sounded in his mind. I will return as quickly as possible, replied the corrupt traveler seriously. In the next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 565. Mining Star. Yu Hong sat cross-legged within the well of rebirth, absorbing vitality. The enormous vitality needed for the nascent soul stage had driven him away from his previous base to a deeper area. His surroundings had transformed into rows of gigantic corn stalks, towering like skyscrapers, with golden ears of corn the size of yachts between them. Mechanical servants were diligently working on the corn. These dark robots mainly harvested various foods from here to supply the diets of a few people in Wanshua Palace. With the Well of Life, there was never a shortage of meat or fruits and vegetables. The robots carefully harvested each golden corn kernel, then extracted the juice to be transported to another Well of Life base to feed the special livestock there. Yu Hong let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and a purple beam of light shot out over a meter. The enhancement of the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye is complete, and the Qingwei Heart technique is also finished. An attack and a defense ensuring basic safety. He sighed, stood up, stretched his body. The Black Mark had completed its strengthening and repair, and it was ready for a new round of trait fusion. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes once more and entered his mind. Currently, his traits were Phantom God, Sacred Tiger Form, Spirit Barrier, Innate Body, Extreme Summoning, Elf Ancient Trees Call, Night Breath, Dao Breath Thunder Transfer, Light Body, Cloud Hand. I still need 2 more: Stronger Aptitude, Stronger Attack and Defense. So enhancing the Sacred Tiger Form and Innate Body are 2 options.
Yuong Pondé.
He wanted to strengthen the innate body but feared losing this top-tier trait. Although there had been no failures so far, with effects always directly strengthened, what if the enhancement didn't affect the innate body but the trait it merged with? So, he needed to wait for another trait that increased aptitude before making a more suitable fusion. Similarly, for the Sacred Tiger Form, at this level, an unexpected result would be too costly. It was best to enhance a trait with both attack and defense capabilities when it appeared. After careful consideration, Yu Hong finally focused on Night Breath and Phantom God. Night Breath increases recovery effects threefold at night, immune to normal toxins, and has some resistance to extraordinary toxins. This effect is pretty redundant for me now, with the recovery necklace making the tripled recovery redundant. However, its resistance is nice. Perfect to merge with Phantom God. No matter which part is strengthened, it won't be a loss. Immediately, Yu Hong grabbed the light spheres of Phantom God and Night Breath with both hands and pulled them together. Poof! The two spheres were instantly compressed together, forming a white light sphere the size of a watermelon. A countdown appeared. 7 hours and 13 minutes. Would you like to merge Night Breath and Phantom God? The black marks question arrived on cue. Yes. The countdown blurred and began to flicker. Looking at the reformed 9 traits in his consciousness space, Yu Hong felt some of his obsessive-compulsive pressure relieved. Exiting his mind, he turned towards the teleportation portal to leave. But his steps halted abruptly. Behind him stood a person, someone he hadn't noticed before. A short man with a huge tumor on his back. Corrupt traveler? Yu Hong wasn't startled but delighted. You've finally returned. Yes. I was held up by the child of the mother tree. The corrupt traveler sighed. Was it that difficult?
Yu Hong froned.
Seeing Yu Hong's concern, the corrupt traveler shook his head. Not that I couldn't defeat them, but the opponent is undying and resurrects infinitely, impacting a large area. If we fought near the mining star, the outcome would be undecided before the planet blew up. So we had to move the battle to other regions. I see. But isn't there an array set up by the Heavenly Venerate? Yu Hong asked. Yes, but it's just a rough perimeter and doesn't care about the planets inside. The corrupt traveler shook his head. Understood. Let's not talk about that. Senior, the item you gave me has been repaired, Yu Hong said respectfully. He didn't mention what it was, just in case he needed the other party to call it by name first. I came for the defense belt. The corrupt traveler gave a peculiar low laugh. As a trade-off, you still need a strong enough protective magical artifact, so... Here, take this. He extended his hand, palm open. A dark gold eye-shaped ornament the size of a fist lay in his hand. This is the Royal Golden Eye of the Spiritual Formula Empire, also known as the Immortal Eye, extremely rare. But there's some bad news. The corrupt traveler paused, a smile curling his lips. It's broken. Senior, Yu Hong was speechless, guessing the other's intentions. The good news is, it's not heavily damaged, and it's very powerful. I know you have a particular fondness for eyes, so I'm gifting you this. The corrupt traveler laughed. What's its function? Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Its function is simple. It automatically alerts and monitors approaching danger, and releases a layer of immortal spirit light to ensure your absolute safety. The light's intensity is fixed. Within 10 minutes, no attacks below Golden Immortal level can harm you. But above Golden Immortal level, it's a different story. So be mindful and evade. The corrupt traveler explained. That strong? Yu Hong's heart trembled. This level of protection was the best suited for him among all magical artifacts he had encountered. Of course, provided you repair it first to regain this function. The corrupt traveler smiled. I, as the junior, will do my best. Yu Hong expressed that he must repair this treasure, even if it costs his life. With this thing, he would no longer be trapped in the safe house endlessly. At least he could go out for short trips. Immediately, Yu Hong took out the defense belt and handed it to the corrupt traveler, while also receiving the Royal Golden Eye of the Lingfang Empire. Both parties were extremely satisfied with this transaction. After putting away the defense belt, the corrupt traveler said, By the way, I noticed guests arriving at the mining star when I came back just now? Yes. There is indeed such a matter that requires your attention. Yu Hong immediately began recounting the special circumstances he encountered during this period. The Qinghe Mountain main sect? People came? Corrupt was stunned. The main sect has disappeared for many years. Where did they come from? According to Senior Sister Chen Rong, back then the Heavenly Venerates severed all connections between the sect and the outside world to avoid a great disaster. Recently, sensing the appearance of the Zhu Tian fruit, they couldn't resist sending someone to look for it, Yu Hong explained. This Corrupt hesitated. If it was the Heavenly Venerate, it is indeed possible. He pondered for a moment. I'll go check on this Chen Rong. If what she says is true, migrating the Wanshua Palace of the Mining Star is definitely not something she could do alone. The situation here is quite complicated. Under the siege of the Black Disaster, it is impossible to come and go without sufficient strength. Obviously, Corrupt was also a bit hesitant. Yu Hong could understand. After all, this matter involved the Heavenly Venerate, and the power of the Heavenly Venerate was unimaginable. If there is any issue, please notify me in time, Senior, Yu Hong quickly added. All right. The next second, Corrupt flickered and disappeared in place. In the spaceship above the Mining Star within Chen Rong's residence. Chen Rong, dressed in a bathrobe and preparing for a bath, walked slowly along the corridor covered with a pink carpet. Suddenly, she paused, turned, and looked towards the Corrupt traveler who had suddenly appeared behind her. So it is the Golden Immortal Fu Bai. Chen Rong greets the senior. She quickly expressed respect, bowing and saluting. You come from the main sect. Corrupt frowned, his eyes hidden under his long hair, staring at her. Yes, my master is the Golden Immortal of MT Taichung and was once your junior. He advanced to the rank of Golden Immortal after you left the sect and founded your own, Chen Rong replied. He instructed me to present this item if I meet you and Senior Feng Shuezi, which would prove our identity. She raised her right hand, and a white ice pearl appeared in her palm out of thin air. The hidden cold pearl. Corrupt seemed to recognize the item. He reached out gently and took the white ice pearl. In his hand, he treated it as a precious treasure, handling it delicately and meticulously, his hand even trembling slightly. How is my junior sister? Corrupt asked softly. The Demon Pride Golden Immortal is still alive, but she suffered some injuries recently while resisting the Source disaster. Because of the Zhu Tian fruit, we unsealed the Heavenly Venerates array, attracting many attacks from the Source disaster. Several Golden Immortals were injured because of it. Chen Rong sighed. Corrupt remained silent. His powerful divine sense continuously scanned the woman before him countless times. But everything seemed fine. Even the hidden cold pearl in his hand carried the aura of his junior sister from back then. Then, what is the purpose of your visit this time? He asked in a deep voice. As for the Zhu Tian fruit, it is impossible for us to hand it over to you. You must know that. Senior, don't you want to return to the main sect with us? Chen Rong asked softly. Master and the Demon Pride Golden Immortal are waiting for you. Then why didn't she come in person? Corrupt retorted. The presence of a Golden Immortal is too noticeable. I risked my life to sneak in this time. In fact, I came with a will to die. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, Chen Rong replied. There are still about 3 months left. Master and the Demon Pride Golden Immortal will arrive by then, and you'll see the truth. 3 months. Fine. Corrupt nodded. I will wait for these 3 months. Whoosh! In the next instant, he disappeared instantly with the hidden cold pearl, leaving Chen Rong standing alone, sighing. Actually, the main sect did not plan to take Corrupt and Feng Shuezi with them. They couldn't leave anyway. Both Corrupt and she knew this. So, the earlier conversation was simply rekindling old bonds, hoping Corrupt would let go of the Zhu Tian fruit for the sake of the Demon Pride Golden Immortal. All that talk about leaving together was mere politeness. She stood in the corridor for a while before turning around, heading toward an elliptical room instead of continuing to bathe. With a point of her finger, blue light patterns lit up around the room instantly. In midair in front of her, a white-haired figure in a cross-legged floating posture appeared simultaneously. It seems you've made contact with Fu Bai and Feng Shuezi. The elderly voice of the figure echoed in the room. Yes, Master. The Golden Immortal Fu Bai seems to be swayed, but whether or not we can take back the Zhu Tian fruit is still uncertain. Qian Rong lowered her head respectfully. I hope he understands. He and Feng Shuizi alone cannot protect the Zhu Tian fruit. Only within the void realm set by the heavenly venerate can its effectiveness be maximized, the white-haired figure said in a deep voice. Master, if the golden immortal Fu Bai still refuses? Qian Rong asked hesitantly. As disciples of the same sect, we would not resort to force. I and Demon Pride have prepared items for trade. If it still doesn't work, we will retreat to take other people from the mining star. This time, you've done well in discovering 2 immortal seedlings, one of which is likely a top-tier seed. In 1,000 years, they could be 2 top-tier golden immortals. This will greatly enhance the foundation of our sect. After returning, you will have made a great contribution, the white-haired figure praised. Thank you, Master. Qian Rong's face lit up with joy, quickly saluting. Chapter 566. On the other side, Yu Hong returned to the Black Spirit, playing with the royal golden eye of the spiritual formula empire that he had just acquired. It looked like an ordinary golden ornament, with nothing particularly special about it. But upon closer inspection, one could find that this thing was unusually hard. When Yu Hong applied some force, it didn't deform at all. One should know that his strength now was far beyond what it used to be. A casual slap might cause an extremely exaggerated effect. After the fusion is complete, I will test this item. It wasn't because he didn't trust Senior Fu Bai, but because it's better to be safe than sorry. Testing and then fortifying it would be safer. This is how he always did things before. Sitting cross-legged, he started practicing the Qingwei heart technique again, while waiting for the fusion to complete. More than 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered outside the window. Yu Hong quickly looked out and saw a dazzling white light illuminating everything in the sky. It was as if something had exploded. But that exploding object seemed to be very far from the mining star, so only the light reached here with no other effects. Yu Hong stared at the blossoming white light, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This light, it seems to contain some of the light from the defense belt I repaired. The repaired defense belt would emit a peculiar blue light, whose hue was very distinctive, not sky blue, but with a special metallic luster. So at this moment it looked somewhat familiar to him. Perhaps Senior Fu Bai has already started using the defense belt. I wonder how effective it is. The effect is very good. The defense belt has already started working, but it needs some time to complete the seal. Fu Bai's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The function of the defense belt is to forcibly segment spacetime, using a method similar to that of a heavenly venerate, temporarily isolating us from the source disaster. This is a powerful magic treasure refined by the heavenly venerate, and each use can isolate us for 50 years. Now, the child of the mother tree won't be able to find us for the time being. And soon, the entire star system of the mining star will completely disappear from its sight, until 50 years have passed. 50 years? Yu Hong's heart trembled. This time might be short for others, but for him it was enough to grow to an unknown height. As long as it's useful, Senior Fu Bai, what about Sister Qian Rong? That side seems to be real because I have obtained an old friend's token. It can't be fake. Fu Bai replied, but there's no rush. After more than 3 months, when the second wave of people from our sect arrives, you can decide whether to leave with her. Really? Yu Hong felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he directly responded. I do not intend to leave. Our sect has nothing more than golden immortals in charge, and both you and Senior Uncle Feng Shuizi are golden immortals. Staying here is more cost-effective than going back. With the guidance and protection of 2 golden immortals here, it's much better than going back to our sect. I can't believe the golden immortals in our sect would neglect their own disciples to take care of me. Even considering my talent, I can at most receive the majority of a golden immortal's attention, which would be the limit. But here, I can enjoy the guidance of 2 golden immortals exclusively. Yu Hong replied with a smile. You are quite practical. Fu Bai laughed at his words. You are right, we do not intend to hand over the red sky fruit. Now that we have the buffer of the defense belt, If we can repair more good items in the future, we might be able to establish another branch of Qinghe Mountain. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I have temporarily returned to Qinghe Mountain as a guest elder. After all, after the war back then, almost no one is left in my lineage. What the senior said is very true. Yu Hong also smiled. Although the outside is sealed by the Black Disaster, your vitality ship might not be. The vitality ship itself can find suitable gaps and loopholes, and your cultivation level is still low, so it won't attract attention. My meaning and that of your senior uncle is to have you avoid the situation while the defense belt takes time to fully activate. The sealing area is very large. Also, if there are any problems when people from our sect arrive in more than 3 months, you will need to avoid them. So, Fu Bai didn't finish his sentence. So the senior means that we should go out and avoid it? Yu Hong understood immediately. Yes, the mining star is not safe now, it is even quite dangerous. Before the defense belt fully activates, this place is where the source disaster is focused. Then your senior uncle and I will find an opportunity to open a gap to send you and Quan He out. Fu Bai responded. All right. Yu Hong didn't ask why not to take others along. At this point, both he and Fu Bai were already clear that he understood the situation of Yu Xuezi and the other two. The three of them, being chaos bodies, were closely linked to the array of the mining star, and were sealed and connected by Feng Xuezi with a grand array to slow down the self-destruction time. The Heavenly Venerate's array seals Feng Xuezi and the others, and Feng Xuezi's array seals his junior brother Yu Xuezi and the other three, layer upon layer. Over time, it was even hard to distinguish which array belonged to whom. As Fu Bai's voice gradually disappeared, Yu Hong quickly got up and went out, heading towards the Crane Spirit House to discuss the matter with Quan He. Leave for a while? Then where do we plan to go? Quan He was a bit surprised. Without enough vitality, what about our cultivation? We are not completely leaving, just temporarily. Cultivation won't be stopped entirely. It will just be slower. Yu Hong said. What if it's not temporary? Quan He asked back. The two of them were talking in the open space in front of the Crane Spirit House, and Quan He's question stunned Yu Hong. Although I don't know why you have so much confidence in Senior Uncle Feng Xuezi and Senior Fu Bai. I have never seen them, but from my perspective, don't you think it looks like they are not confident, worried they can't take care of us, so they are arranging a fallback in advance? Quan He said calmly. With her over 100 years of experience watching the development of things during this period, she had seen through it even more clearly than Yu Hong. Whether it's temporary or deciding whether to go to the sect, they're just excuses. Essentially, the two seniors might have serious trust issues with the sect that Sister Qian Rong represents. Quan He continued. Do you think our sect is fake? After all, even the people from Floating City and Senior Agrius have said that Qinghe Mountain has been gone for countless years. Yu Hong's mood plummeted, and the ease on his face gradually disappeared. What does it matter if it's real or fake? Everyone is here for the red sky fruit. If our sect, even if it's real, can't get the red sky fruit, do you think they'll leave empty-handed? Wouldn't our sect's golden immortals far surpass those from the mining star? Qinghe Mountain, a colossal sect that once governed countless star domains. Producing dozens of golden immortals is no big deal. What decisions do you think they'd make regarding golden immortals Fu Bai and Feng Xuezi? Quan He understood human nature too well. Even golden immortals wouldn't be soft-hearted in the face of significant enough interests. Immortals are still fundamentally human. As long as they are human, there will be disputes and conflicts of interest. Yu Hong fell into silence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Quan He was right. So, what's your decision? Leave. Quan He replied. We have to leave no matter if the sect is real or fake. Trusting Senior Fu Bai and Uncle Feng Xuezi is the best choice for us. But even leaving requires thorough preparation. All right, I'll ask the seniors about the vitality issue and see how to handle it. As for Master and the others, don't tell them. Just say it's our decision to go out and train. Quan He reminded. Besides, I believe Master and the others would also agree with our approach. All right.
Yu Hong nodded.
Immediately, He began discussing the details of their next steps with Quan He. In over 3 months, they prepared to temporarily leave the mining star. As for where to go, he had already thought it through. First to the City of No Light. The two of them were small targets and wouldn't cause much disturbance. The last time they went to the City of No Light, it was fine. The most crucial thing was that there was still Senior Sudan there, who they could possibly seek advice from. That night, Yu Hong and Quan He packed their belongings and returned to the Black Spirit together. Quan He's room was still there, untouched. Not long ago, she attempted to leave and create her own safe house, but that plan also failed. Before, she saw Yu Hong's Black Spirit wasn't impressive, seemingly easy to repair and upgrade. Anyway, watching Yu Hong maintain and fix it seemed effortless. But when she actually started doing it herself, she realized that building a sufficiently safe house was far more challenging than she imagined. After putting in immense effort only to end up with a half-finished product, Quan He decided to give up. She didn't even have enough time to cultivate, let alone waste time on the safe house. She thought to herself, once her cultivation was higher, dealing with these things would be a piece of cake. With that in mind, she comfortably moved back in with Yu Hong. The two of them planned to first go to the City of No Light that Yu Hong mentioned, and then head to Floating City to check on Yi and Kuchan. After hearing that there was trouble there and a war had broken out, they were both somewhat worried. Late at night, Yu Hong listened to the sound of Quan He showering in the bathroom. The safe house felt more lively, and he didn't know why, but he felt much more relaxed. He had given Quan He a separate bedroom and a cultivation room. The cultivation room had an attached bathroom with 24-hour lighting and hot water, and protective arrays to prevent outside spying and attacks. Earlier that day, after confirming their plans, they went together to the Life Well outpost and stocked up on various supplies. They filled their storage bags to the brim, with enough food and necessities to last decades. By the way, Yu Hong, the body wash from the Floating City, the Blood Castle brand, do you still have any? Quan He's voice came from the array on the wall. Yes. Check the miscellaneous cabinet in the corner of the hall. Look for the label.
Yu Hong replié.
Why use bath products when there's the cleaning technique? He was puzzled. Don't you bathe anymore? Quan He asked in shock. I spend all my time cultivating. Bathing is useless.
Yu Hong en Suède.
What about using the toilet? Quan He asked cautiously. No need for a toilet. A clearing spell can empty everything. In the time you find a place to use the toilet, I can complete 2 grand circulations.
Yu Hong replié bluntly.
Quan He was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but ask one last question. Then, don't you have any physiological needs? The stronger the body, the stronger the needs, right? No such feeling.
Yu Hong replié.
Quan He was utterly speechless. Standing in the bathroom, looking at the small toy Hei Ying gifted her, she felt ashamed comparing the wasted time to Yu Hong's dedication. Understood, she finally replied seriously. She then tried to crush the toy, but after hesitating, she stored it away instead. She quickly dried herself and went back to cultivating. Chapter 567. The next morning, Yu Hong slowly woke up from his meditation, and the first thing he did was to check the fuse trait in his mind. Sure enough, a bright and dazzling light sphere was quietly waiting in the corner. Anticipatingly, Yu Hong stepped forward and lightly placed his hand over it. Sizzle! A thread of information immediately surged out from the surface of the light sphere. Fusion successful, you have acquired the trait. Super Illusion God. Super Illusion God. Illusion resistance increased by 200%. Any illusion-based abilities, magic, or automatically triggered effects are enhanced tenfold. Warning: please be cautious of the coverage area when releasing abilities. This talent once belonged to an ancient being who governed illusions in a certain universe, until it eventually destroyed its own homeland due to a mishap during a magic experiment. Just looking at the tenfold enhancement of the automatic effect, Yu Hong couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Night Breath and Illusion God were obviously entirely used to strengthen the Illusion God. He had anticipated this, but didn't expect it to be strengthened this much. Now I have no choice but to practice illusion techniques. It would be a waste otherwise. Yu Hong tried hard to calm his emotions. His number of traits returned to 9, and he quickly took out the royal golden eye and pressed his hand on it, silently chanting for enhancement. The countdown was reasonable. It would take just 17 days to complete the repair. After finishing all this, Yu Hong stood up, feeling the progress of the advanced martial arts 3 elements divine light. The progress had now smoothly entered the beginner phase and reached the second layer. Because it required closed-eye cultivation, he hadn't met the qualification conditions, so the progress was somewhat slow. At once, he quickly found a strip of cloth to blindfold both of his eyes. Instantly, he felt the cultivation speed of the 3 elements divine light increased significantly. This technique primarily relies on converting a special type of mana to temper the eyes, thereby enhancing their abilities. After handling these miscellaneous matters, Yu Hong joined Quan He to head to Wanchua Palace, looking for their master to see if they could solve the problem of cultivating vitality. Cultivation outside the Well of Life is certainly possible. Yu Shuezi lay leisurely on the jade couch, lazily fanning himself with one hand. It is suitable for you to go out on a training trip now because once we leave, it will be difficult to return to this vicinity. Although the Well of Life speeds up your cultivation, you can still absorb vitality outside of it. The 3 types of vitality, heaven, earth, and human. Though human vitality is scarce on the mining star, Earth's vitality is abundant, Yu Shuezi explained. However, won't that cause a large-scale disaster of extinction? Asked Quan He softly. Yes, it might, which is why we spend most of our time cultivating in the Well of Life. But if there is no other way, we cannot let it halt our cultivation progress, can we? Yu Shuezi smiled. Knowing that they would soon leave the mining star and return to the sect he had longed for, he had been in a very good mood recently, smiling at everything. So, our sect's disciples used to go out and hunt down heinously evil individuals to absorb their vitality, Chen Rong said, entering from outside with a smile. Besides, our sect's disciples compiled a book named the Book of Life when there was no Well of Life. The book records the images and texts of over 70,000 types of vitality sources. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it this time, but when you reach the sect, you can get a set from Wanfa Pavilion. Greetings, Senior Sister Chen Rong. Yu Hong and Quan He promptly saluted her. No need for formalities. Training trips outside do slow down cultivation progress, and that's why many cultivators often stay in seclusion, as it is the fastest way to progress. Think about it. Traveling while cultivating, worrying about the environment, limited resources, and unresolved issues, versus having all cultivation resources at hand, instant solutions to problems, undisturbed focus, resulting in rapid advancement. The difference is huge, isn't it? Chen Rong's words made Yu Hong and Quan He nod in understanding. Previously, the two hadn't thought deeply about this, but now they understood immediately. However, while out, there are indeed some methods to sustain for a while. Chen Rong changed the topic, smiling. You can use magic treasures to bring large individual sources of vitality from the Well of Life, enough for your cultivation during training trips. I see, thank you, Senior Sister, Yu Hong said, saluting. No problem. We'll be leaving in 3 months, so make sure to explore the surroundings while you can. It will be difficult to come back later. Although there's a black disaster encircling, you can still walk around nearby areas. Chen Rong nodded. That's what we intend, Yu Hong promptly replied. All right, you may leave now. Your Senior Sister Chen Rong and I have migration-related matters to attend to. Prepare yourselves during this period, Yu Shuezi reminded. Understood. Yu Hong and Quan He responded together and saluted him before exiting the palace. Watching their departing figures, the smile on Yu Shuezi's face slowly faded, and for a moment, he was inexplicably stunned. He watched them until their figures completely disappeared before snapping back to reality upon hearing Chen Rong calling him from the side. It's all right. Let's continue with our previous plan. Asterisk. 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 More than 10 days later. Within Black Spirit Gate, Yu Hong and Quan He had prepared everything they could. They stocked plenty of supplies and captured 2 self-growing Taisui from the Well of Life to absorb vitality during cultivation. The Royal Golden Eye repair would be completed today. I want to visit Wanshue Palace one more time. Would you like to come? In the safe house, Quan He asked softly, looking towards the direction of Wanshue Palace. Go! Yu Hong seemed to have a premonition. He nodded, packed up, and changed into a Taoist robe. The two left together. Yu Hong grabbed Quan He, and the eye of transmission flashed. In the next instant, they were at the gate of Wanshue Palace. The two walked straight into the palace, and in the Frost Palace, they found Yu Shuezi sitting at a table, drinking alone. You're here. Yu Shuezi's face immediately lit up with a genuine smile upon seeing them. Just in time, you two need vitality for your cultivation, right? I've prepared something for you. It's more than enough for your use while you're out. Thank you, master. The two immediately bowed, and as they looked up, Yu Shuezi approached and handed each of them an object. In Yu Hong's hand was a black seal, intricately carved with the character for mountain. In Quan He's hand was a golden sachet, emitting a faint fragrance from within. All right, go back now. Don't disturb my drinking. I'm also feeling a bit nostalgic as the departure approaches. After giving them the items, Yu Shuezi waved his hand, signaling them to leave. By the way, when are you leaving? He suddenly called out to ask. These next few days, Yu Hong replied. Stay safe, but I have confidence in you too. Even with such weak cultivation back then, you managed to safely reach the mining star and navigate those dangerous areas. It'll be even easier now, Yu Shuezi smiled. That's true, master. Don't worry, Yu Hong said solemnly. Yes, don't worry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yu Shuezi looked at them with a mysterious expression in his eyes. Not until they completely left the palace did he lower his head and pour himself another glass of wine. Yu Hong and Quan He left the palace and each examined the treasures they had received. This is... Yu Hong was slightly shocked as he realized the space inside the black seal with the mountain character was far larger than he imagined. Inside was a massive spherical space, about 1,000 meters in diameter, with a floating flat metal plate in the center serving as a partition platform. This is Master's 1,000 Mountain Seal, Yu Hong quickly realized. Yu Shuezi often used the 1,000 Mountain Seal as his spatial storage treasure, but Yu Hong hadn't expected him to give it to him. And this is the Fengxiang Bag. It's Master's vitality treasure for cultivation, capable of storing 10 days' worth of his vitality. Quan He also recognized his treasure. 10 days? Yu Hong was slightly shocked. Yu Shuezi was in the immortal realm, and his 10 days of cultivation vitality far exceeded what he and Quan He needed. If Master could use it for 10 days, it would last them at least 10 months, maybe even more. Realizing the preciousness of their treasures, the two fell silent for a moment. Let's head back first, Yu Hong sighed, grabbed Quan He, and with a flicker, they returned to the black spirit gate. They opened the door to find a short figure with a large tumor on his back standing silently in the center of the room. The security of your safe house is quite lacking, the corrupt traveler said as he turned to Yu Hong. I've upgraded it a bit, added some reinforcements. With my mana and my undying magical power, it's much safer now, the corrupt traveler explained softly. Thank you, senior. Yu Hong's heart leapt with joy. With the corrupt traveler's help, their safe house had transformed greatly, and its safety significantly improved. No need to thank me. Your safe house was already strong. I just made some enhancements. The key is... The corrupt traveler paused, glancing at Quan He. Are you leaving? Yes, we plan to leave today. Yu Hong nodded. I guessed as much. I thought you might stay longer, but leaving now is good too. The corrupt traveler smiled. No time to waste. Do you have everything ready? I'll send you off now. We're fully prepared. Just need to absorb some vitality. Yu Hong replied quickly. Go ahead then. I'll wait here. The corrupt traveler smiled. Immediately, Yu Hong grabbed Quan He and quickly left the safe house, using instantaneous movement to enter the Well of Life. After more than 10 minutes, they returned and opened the door. The corrupt traveler had just lifted his shimmering golden finger from the wall. Your place couldn't block someone of my realm from coming and going freely, so I put in some restrictions. Hope you don't mind. He smiled at Yu Hong. Of course not. I'm grateful for your help, Senior. Yu Hong said sincerely. Since you're leaving, take this. The corrupt traveler suddenly tossed an object to Yu Hong. Yu Hong caught it and found it was a black and red dagger with a sheath. This is... Chapter 568. This is the life-saving item your martial uncle prepared for you. Contains 3 full-force magical attacks from him. Use it carefully. The corrupt traveler collected his smile. This thing, using it once can destroy an entire constant star system. If not released under special conditions, it could cause immense collateral damage. Use it very, very cautiously. This junior understands. Thank you for your efforts, Martial Uncle Feng Shuezi. Yu Hong said emotionally. Remember, before using this item, you must stand within the circular area 3 meters behind the dagger. This is the absolutely safe zone. All other places are extremely dangerous. The corrupt traveler reminded again. Understood.
Yu Hong nodded solemnly.
Quan He, on the side, listened with a pounding heart. She even had some doubts whether the corrupt traveler was deceiving them. Such tremendous destructive power, could it really be packed into such a small dagger? All right, are you truly ready this time? The corrupt traveler asked again. Yes, everything is ready. Yu Hong and Quan He exchanged a glance and confirmed with a nod. Then, let me send you off. The corrupt traveler revealed a slight smile on his face. He pushed open the door and walked out, a faint layer of golden light suddenly appearing on his body. At the same time, Yu Hong quickly activated the black spirit, locking the door from the inside. From the window, he watched the corrupt traveler outside. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. In the next moment, long-absent colorful lines emerged around the black spirit, like living creatures. In a flash, they enveloped the entire black spirit. Then they began to slowly and very gradually fade away, disappearing. It seemed as if something was blocking them firmly, far from the usual smoothness of entering and exiting the wind disaster. The corrupt traveler snorted coldly and pointed with one finger. There was a crisp snap. Invisibly, it seemed as if something was shattered by that finger, and the speed at which the colorful lines surrounding the black spirit disappeared increased rapidly. A few seconds later, all the colorful lines completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Only a deep pit remained on the ground, which was pressed out by the safe house. Seeing this, the corrupt traveler let out a slight sigh of relief. He glanced towards the Wanshua Palace and suddenly disappeared. At this moment, in the Wanshua Palace, Yu Shuezi, Bai Shang, and He Ying were gathered together. Yu Shuezi slowly filled a cup with wine, raised it, and silently made a toast towards the direction of the black spirit. We are returning to our sect. Are you happy? He suddenly asked. Happy? Bai Shang nodded with a smile. Very happy. He Ying also nodded. But inexplicably, the smiles on their faces carried a certain indescribable quality. Yes, this has been our dream for many years. I, as your master, am also very happy. Yu Shuezi drank the wine in one gulp and then raised the empty cup. This cup to tomorrow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the floating island within the black vortex. Feng Shuezi watched the returning corrupt traveler. Did you deliver the items? Yes, you can trust me to handle things, the corrupt traveler said calmly. The defense belt is now successfully deployed, but if the matter of Qianrong is true, it's fine, at most the sect people will come. If it's false. Feng Shuezi did not continue. If it is false, they will invade first, then the defense belt will be deployed, which means they will also be enclosed within. This means the defense belt can defend against the black disaster, but is ineffective against them. The corrupt traveler added. Indeed, if it truly is them. Feng Shuezi fell silent. Is it the red sky fruit? The corrupt traveler asked. It should be. The principle of the red sky fruit theoretically can also be applied to other source disasters, so it's normal for it to attract them. Feng Shuizi nodded. Then aren't we doomed? The corrupt traveler sighed. We are people who should have died long ago. Are you still afraid? Feng Shuizi raised an eyebrow. Afraid? I've traversed many realms for years as Fu Bai. When have you seen me afraid? The corrupt traveler smiled. The red sky fruit and the defense belt have given us a second hope. Are you willing to give up just like that? Feng Shuizi asked again. Of course not. With Zheng Ro and Quan He sent off, we have no worries. Whether we win or lose, it hasn't even started yet. The corrupt traveler laughed. Yes, it hasn't even started. Feng Shuizi also laughed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Countless colorful lines swiftly flitted past outside the Black Spirit window. Yu Hong and Quan He quietly watched the scenery outside the window, not saying a word for a time, until the colorful lines outside gradually began to darken and turn black. Plop! A muffled sound echoed as the entire Black Spirit suddenly plunged into a pitch-black tunnel. They finally came to their senses. Is this the city of no light you mentioned? Quan He asked. Yes, I'm a bit worried, so I want to consult a senior there. Yu Hong nodded. I understand the feeling you mentioned. I feel the same, Quan He said softly. Don't you think the magic treasures Master gave us at the end were a bit too precious? I do, Yu Hong nodded. And Senior Corrupt, reinforcing the safe house's protection for me without a word. He's not the type of person to give so freely. This completely doesn't match his character. Corrupt Traveler usually dealt with him only through transactions. Offering for free like today was very unusual. Perhaps the so-called arrival of our sect member is a complete scam, Quan He said softly. With such high costs, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. Yu Hong said nothing more. Outside the window, the black tunnel sped past. This time, Black Spirit did not tremble at all, remaining incredibly stable, with a faint golden glow on the walls. It was clearly the handiwork of Senior Corrupt. Time slowly passed. Not long after, the entire house suddenly trembled, and everything outside the window stopped completely. The safe house had landed on a vast, black plain at some unknown time. Through the window in the distance, they could see a silent ruin of buildings standing still, with the wind howling and a thin layer of frost covering the ground. We've arrived at the city of no light, Yu Hong said. Quan He nodded and pressed her face against the glass, examining the place Yu Hong had recently mentioned multiple times. The outside temperature is close to -200 degrees. Don't go out. Besides, there are various highly dangerous unconscious bodies. This place fundamentally isn't somewhere people at our level should be. It was only the Vitality ship that forcibly brought me here, Yu Hong said. Be careful. Even inside the house, don't let your guard down. Understood, Quan He responded, quickly pulling out pen and paper to start sketching the terrain. I'll try to map this place.
All right, Yu Hong nodded.
He stood by the window and softly called out in his mind to Sudan. Senior?
Senior Sudan.
I saw you coming. I heard your noise from far away. The entire city of no light could feel it. Sudan's old and impatient voice sounded. It's been a long time, Senior, Yu Hong greeted. Not that long, just a moment for me. The space-time here is isolated from other places. Since you left, you've been affected by it. Anytime you come back, it's the next moment for me, Sudan explained. Is this the work of the Heavenly Venerate? Yu Hong asked in surprise. It's the handiwork of the source disaster. Time's essence is merely a unit describing change. Here, time slows down when you enter and accelerates rapidly after you leave. So, your comings and goings are very noticeable here.
Sudan answered.
It's not a matter of noise, but the time impact you carry. I see. Yu Hong understood. He glanced at Quan He, who was unaware he was communicating with Sudan. This is my junior sister Quan He. Senior. Can she?
No.
She's different from you, Sudan interrupted. You haven't realized yet, have you? The fact you can communicate with me, directly proves your significant uniqueness. Why is that? Yu Hong was puzzled. I'm not sure, but if it were her, she would be affected negatively the moment she heard my voice. I don't know what would happen, so don't try to let her communicate with me, Su Dan advised. All right. Yu Hong couldn't figure out his own situation either. He had many special traits, making him much more unique than Quan He. All right, tell me, why did you rush back so quickly? There must be something you need my help with, right? Su Dan's insight was evident, seeing through Yu Hong's thoughts in an instant. Your wisdom is unparalleled, senior, Yu Hong smiled. My eyes are brighter than a torch. Don't flatter poorly. Your words are laughable, like saying someone is as tall as a mouse, Su Dan retorted. You're right, senior. I'll get to the point. It's like this. Yu Hong quickly described a series of recent events on the Mining Star. No need to say more, it's a heart disaster, Su Dan concluded immediately. You mean that senior sister Qian Rong and the sect are fake? Yu Hong asked seriously. I don't know. Show me that meteorite immortal brew, Su Dan replied. This was what Yu Hong was waiting for. He quickly took out the meteorite immortal brew and placed it on the table. After a short wait, Su Dan's voice sounded again. This is real. It is indeed a treasure medicine beneficial to you all. Then does that mean senior sister Qian Rong is real? Yu Hong felt a bit relieved. I don't know, but even if she's real, it doesn't matter. The heart disaster can swap reality and falsehood. Even Qian Rong herself wouldn't know she's a product of the heart disaster transformation. Heart disaster transformations are another form of reality, directing everything towards your destruction, like an alternate tragic ending to a story, Su Dan explained. So, you mean an alternate possibility in a parallel world? Yu Hong tried to understand. Parallel world? Similar, but the difference is, Qian Rong and the Qinghe Mountain sect exist in your world. The heart disaster can resurrect them from annihilation. It's not difficult, Su Dan elaborated. In other words, it's a puppet show staged for us, right? Yu Hong asked after a pause. Yes. What's troublesome about the heart disaster is that the controlled person believes they're real and are moving towards their desired direction, Su Dan sighed. So, the 3-month period.
Yu Hong inquired.
Without any surprises, the 3-month period is the time of ultimate destruction. These 3 months are to create a semi-belief mindset in you, enhancing the heart disaster's infiltration, Su Dan affirmed. Chapter 569. 3 months. Yu Hong's mind sank. If Senior Su Dan wasn't lying to him, then the Mining Star was truly in danger. Now that you know the situation, what do you plan to do? Su Dan asked again. With your current level, going back is certain death. That's why your master and martial uncle sent you away. Staying behind is of no use. Do you have any suggestions, Senior? Yu Hong asked after a moment of silence. Stay in the city of no light. Can keep you safe here, but venturing outside would make survival difficult. Your martial uncle has the red sky fruit, but escaping is unlikely. Su Dan sighed. I've seen too much destruction. The key is the decision you make at this moment. There's no way. Yu Hong's mind raced, thinking of all the possible methods. But time was too short. If he had enough time, he could create something like a treasure that could break open a large array and help everyone escape together. But there were only 3 months. And he himself was only at the nascent soul stage, far from becoming an immortal. I suggest you don't go back. Go train, grow. When you reach a sufficient height, reviving them won't be difficult, Su Dan advised. But by then, will they still be themselves? Yu Hong asked. Why wouldn't they be? Their death only means their bodies dissolve into countless particles, scattered elsewhere. As long as you're strong enough, you can gather all their particles and reverse their physiological time. Everything will be as it was before. Haven't I told you? Time is just a measurement term for change. The change of all things is not irreversible, Su Dan explained. What level must I reach to achieve that? Yu Hong asked, a little depressed. You need deep involvement with space-time and cycles. You must first understand micro-level particles that make up everything, Su Dan answered. Thank you, Senior. Yu Hong expressed his sincere gratitude. Although the distance was great, Su Dan's words at least alleviated some of the despair in his heart. All this time, his only choice was to run. Forced by the source disaster, he couldn't stop for a moment. Now he finally had a sect that could help him resist the storm. But soon, seeing Quan He's clueless eyes, Yu Hong knew she couldn't hear the conversation. After a moment's pause, he quietly explained the situation to her. So what do we do now? Quan He asked, her face changing after hearing the whole story. She trusted Yu Hong wasn't the type to lie, and Su Dan's existence wasn't a lie. The key now was what to do about the mining star. I don't know. Yu Hong sat down on a chair, wiping his face with his hands. He hadn't made such a gesture in a long time. Only when feeling powerless and exhausted would he subconsciously do this. Let's go back and see. It's just 3 months, right? We can wait. Maybe there will be a turnaround, Quan He said gravely. All right, Yu Hong agreed. Their small target, strong defense, and weak attraction meant they could wait 3 months to see what happens. Immediately, the two said goodbye to Su Dan, quickly controlling the black spirit to leave the city of no light, entering the wind disaster, and attempting to return to the mining star's location. But, buzz! The black spirit suddenly plunged into a colorful vortex, the surroundings flickering as it entered a dark, boundless cosmic space. Pale stars slowly rotated around them, emitting a bright white light. This isn't it. Yu Hong recognized at a glance that this wasn't the star system where the mining star was located. He quickly withdrew, re-entered the wind disaster, and charged into another vortex that looked similar. But, minutes later, the black spirit appeared inside a crimson cloud. A huge red star in the distance shone brilliantly, releasing terrifying heat and light. The moment the black spirit exited the wind disaster, its body temperature rapidly rose, with faint orange flames appearing on its surface. Beep, beep, beep. The temperature sensors inside the room emitted alarm sounds, and the defense's constant temperature array began to show cracking red lines. The entire safe house's walls were filled with spreading red glowing cracks. The temperature is too high. Let's go. Quan He shouted nervously. I'm trying. Something here is sticking to us. Yu Hong urgently responded, glancing at the sensors. The upgraded automatic sensing system's LCD screen showed the external temperature had exceeded millions of degrees. At this moment, the black spirit abruptly emitted a layer of golden light from the red cloud, breaking free from the invisible bindings. The colorful wind disaster reappeared around it, swiftly enveloping it and causing it to disappear. The beeping alarms finally stopped. Yu Hong and Quan He both sighed in relief. To think there's an environment with such high temperatures. It seems the temperature control of the safe house is still inadequate. Yu Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken. What's going on? Can't we find our way back? Quan He asked quietly. No, it's the right direction, but the positions are off once we enter. I suspect the mining star is now surrounded and blocked, with a significant shift in location. Yu Hong quickly explained. He indeed can sense the direction of the mining star, but upon entering it is not the mining star, but another place. Could it be that this is the work of the corrupt immortal? Quan He suddenly said. Yu Hong also thought about this point. The corrupt immortal's inexplicable entry into the safe house claiming to strengthen its defenses. Now with the safe house unreachable, it's highly likely it's a preemptive measure by the corrupt traveler to prevent them from foolishly returning. Both guessed this but were helpless. The means of a golden immortal are not something they, one at Foundation Establishment and the other at Nascent Soul, can handle. It was quiet for a long time before Yu Hong stood up with a bitter voice. Regardless, let's stay here and wait. 3 months. Perhaps. Quan He didn't speak, but she too carried an inexplicable emotion toward the mining star. Yu Shuezi and Bai Shanghaiying were also quite kind to her. No matter what, there must be an outcome. The two of them immediately fell silent and started cultivating. With Tai Sui providing vitality, cultivating was not an issue. Yu Hong now mainly was not relying on vitality to break through. His key to breaking through was to comprehend micro. This is critical in the middle stage of nascent soul. Thus, they hovered and waited within the wind disaster. In the safe house, both of them had just broken through, silently consolidating their cultivation. The timer on the table kept flashing and the clock on the wall turned circle after circle. The colorful light outside of the wind disaster grew bright and dim. Occasionally some unknown thing flashed by or struck the surface of the safe house, producing a clang sound. The royal golden eye of Yu Hong had long been repaired, and he continued to use the black mark to reinforce the safe house. The safe house's black spirit, after many modifications, even excluding the Golden Immortals modifications, the current time for a single defense reinforcement had increased to over 5 months. Absorbed mana was still not a problem. With Yu Hong's current realm and cultivation, mana could be rapidly recovered, continuously. Actually, the 5+ months of reinforcing the safe house was already Yu Hong's preparation for the future. In his heart, the mining star, whether successful or not, they might not be able to return. The red sky fruit would continuously attract successive attacks from source disaster, which might also be the key reason the corrupt immortal advised them not to return. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. Deep within the wind disaster, among countless colorful threads, a golden ray of light suddenly shot out. That beam of light, like a swimming fish, shuttled through and slid, quickly and precisely flying to the hidden position of the safe house's black spirit. Swoosh! Crashed into the glass window. Then, without resistance, it passed through the window. Yu Hong and Quan He, who were cultivating, noticed the movement and quickly came to the main hall. They saw the golden strand suspended midair. Long time no see, Zhengro Quan He. I am Feng Shuezi. From the Golden Immortal, a gentle male voice was transmitted. Both their faces tightened, and they quickly saluted. Master Uncle, how is the situation? Yu Hong asked impatiently. Why can't I return using the water instrument ball? You should have guessed it. Yes, I asked Senior Fu Bai to make an adjustment to seal it off. A voice from the golden strand was transmitted. Don't speak. I can't hear your reply. This is just a recorded message. This statement immediately silenced both who wanted to ask more. 5 days after you left, Black Disaster started its offensive early. 2 children of the Mother Tree attacked together. Fortunately, our defense belt had already taken effect, hiding the mineral star system, preventing them from finding it. But Qian Rong of our sect, Senior Fu Bai and I suspected something was wrong. We contacted her master using the contact information provided by Qian Rong, and the result. The voice paused. The result was that their sect was completely genuine, and they promised that Fu Bai and I would also return with the entire star system array. When the time comes, they will bring 3 more Golden Immortals with 5 people combined, enough to relocate the entire mineral star system with its defense belt. After testing the power, we agreed. Soon, 3 days later, the Golden Immortal of their sect arrived early. We temporarily repelled Black Disaster together, and relocated all together. This message is only to inform you. Don't search. The entire star system has been moved. After we have confirmed safety, we will trace the water instrument ball's aura to find you. So you and Quan He should find a place to hide, cultivate well, and wait for our news. The voice ended, and the golden strand suddenly dissipated, transforming into a gray mist, which swiftly flooded into the storage space of Yu Hong's Thousand Mountain Seal. Yu Hong probed mentally and discovered that the two Tai Sui in the Thousand Mountain Seal had inexplicably gained a large amount of vitality. Becoming vibrant, not only had they recovered what was previously absorbed, but also additionally enhanced significantly. Master Uncle is lying. Quan He spoke at this moment. Indeed. If the water instrument ball can find us no matter how far, then the monsters evolved by Source Disaster can also find us using the same method. So, the last words were just to comfort us.
Yu Hong no dead.
Then, do we still wait? Quan He looked at Yu Hong. Now that it was confirmed the mining star had moved, her worries had lessened significantly. Even if their sect was affected by heart disaster, it shouldn't be an immediate issue because everything evolved from heart disaster is real. Since it's real, it shouldn't instantaneously be destroyed in a short time. Chapter 570. No more waiting. It's pointless to stay here. Let's head to the floating city first, Yu Hong said decisively. And then we continue exploring. If we can find a place completely free from the source disaster, absolutely safe, we can solve all problems, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. Quan He remained silent. She actually didn't believe such a place existed. But the Vitality ship moving forward by itself brought them a trace of hope and expectation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Half an hour later in the floating city universe. In space filled with debris, the massive silver floating city was surrounded by countless black spheres. Each sphere was a conglomeration of countless black disaster monsters, wrapped in black fog, continuously shedding sand-like monsters that swarmed towards the huge floating city. A layer of rhombus-shaped purple light screens appeared around the floating city, piecing together like building blocks into an oval shape, blocking most of the monsters. The remaining monster swarms entering through the gaps were blocked by dense silver spaceships floating inside, firing beams of light. A silent war, judging from the floating debris. No one knew how long it had been ongoing. There was a loud hiss. In the distance of space, the back of a hemispherical black metal fragment suddenly revealed a large spread of color lines. The color lines dispersed, revealing the dark silhouette of the black spirit inside. It's already started. Yu Hong stood at the window, looking towards the direction of the floating city through the glass. Looks like it can still hold out. What should we do? Quan He asked. Yu Hong remained silent. Rescuing people might not be safe for Yi and the others. Staying at the floating city, they weren't strong enough to fight, and with Ku Chan's teacher taking care of them, their safety might be higher. Moreover, rescuing people now, they wouldn't be able to rush in. At this scale, no doubt there's a significant amount of space distortion and blocked instantaneous movement. We can't do anything.
Yu Hong repliait.
Let's go. Ultimately, he decided to leave directly, sensing Ku Chan and his group status seemed fine. As a powerful faction, the floating city couldn't be destroyed quickly. It could hold out for a while. The black spirit didn't stay and vanished again into the wind disaster. But its direction was not Yu Hong's command for free navigation. Rather, time passed continuously. During endless cultivation, Yu Hong and Quan He in the black spirit, after eating and drinking daily, returned to their rooms to cultivate. Unknowingly, March had arrived. Silently, the black spirit kept moving towards the original position of the mineral star system. Each time Yu Hong reacted swiftly, upon sensing something off, he immediately departed. Entering the isolation state didn't trigger any monster attacks. Yu Hong followed the water instrument ball's direction every few days. He didn't fully trust the Golden Line transmissions, still holding onto the last bit of hope. Finally, after the 21st return search entering the vortex, the pale yellow mining star reappeared in front of Yu Hong. He stood by the glass window, at the moment of seeing the mining star, his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. The mining star was surrounded by countless large black spheres. These spheres were similar to those attacking around the floating city, continuously shedding monster swarms from their surfaces. But different from the floating city, above the mining star, there was a dense black network of massive roots, spread across the starry sky. The network of roots slowly tried to envelop the entire mining star. Its speed was slow but exceptionally stable. Wasn't the mining star supposed to be relocated? Quan He appeared beside Yu Hong, watching the scene outside with concern. But it clearly hasn't moved. Which side is real? Yu Hong didn't respond. He wasn't sure either. If he believed the Golden Line transmissions, then everything visible now was fake. If it was real, then the previous Golden Lines were fake. Yu Hong silently watched the cosmic battle, where countless monsters approaching the mining star were blocked by a golden net, turning into golden torches and disintegrating into ashes. On the flashing golden net, one could vaguely see the giant figure of Feng Shuezi, holding golden light, his face stern. His body was almost half the size of the mining star, mostly hidden, only revealing momentarily when the golden net appeared. Yu Hong controlled the safe house, trying to get closer to observe the situation. But Feng Shuizi seemed to sense something. His stern expression relaxed, glancing towards the black spirit, seemingly detecting it. Then he smiled, waving his hand to signal Yu Hong to leave quickly. "It's safe here, let's go. I'll find you and bring you back when everything is resolved. Be good." A vague voice echoed in the safe house. Yu Hong didn't speak. He remained silent for a moment, just taking one last look at Feng Shuizi's massive figure, and the huge tree web above that covered the sky, then decisively activated the safe house, drilled into the wind disaster color line, and disappeared. In the wind disaster, Quan He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but remained silent. Before long, the two returned to the city of no light. "Senior." Yu Hong stopped the safe house, stood up, and bowed. "Did you go back?"
Sudan asked.
"Yes. Have you given up?" Yu Hong was silent for a while, then described what he had just seen. "Senior, could you help me discern which side is real? What you saw later was false. When you first returned, there was a strong heart disaster aura on you."
Sudan replied.
"Then why?" Yu Hong was stunned. "You mean why did your master uncle let you go?" Sudan replied. "It's simple because he is indeed Feng Shuizi. Everything the heart disaster manifests is true. He is Feng Shuizi, so what he did is what Feng Shuizi would do. So, whether true or false, they all hope you don't return. Understand?" Yu Hong and Quan He were speechless. "They probably aren't dead yet. You shouldn't be sad now, but should think about how to make quick progress to go back and help."
Sudan reminded.
"What are your plans next? Do you want to stay here with me? After all, you currently lack nothing, right? City of no light. Isn't it dangerous?"
Yuon froned.
"Don't you have a safe house? As long as you don't recklessly intrude into the core area, it's not dangerous. Plus, I can remind you in time, so it's not a big problem." Sudan said. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Senior." Yu Hong also wanted to learn more about the secrets of various fields from Sudan. From now on, it seems that Sudan's realm energy level may be higher than Golden Immortal. He can evaluate their master uncle from a higher and superior perspective. Such a level may only be possessed by a heavenly venerate. Yu Hong suspected that Sudan was actually a heavenly venerate trapped in the city of no light. "Stop guessing. I am not a heavenly venerate. What I am is not important. Besides the voice, I can't do anything now." Sudan seemed to have guessed Yu Hong's thoughts. "Aren't you starting Nascent Soul? Next is Micro. Do you mind if I look at the cultivation method from Qinghe Mountain? If it doesn't involve specific cultivation methods, I don't mind." Yu Hong actually hadn't heard his master ask for secrecy. The basic cultivation techniques of Qinghe Mountain, even if spread out, wouldn't be practiced by many people. After all, most people cannot sense both parts of heaven and earth to absorb vitality, only sensing human vitality. And simply practicing human vitality without unique resources like the life well of Qinghe Mountain would externally appear to be a path of demon path cultivation that destroys life. He then carefully explained the basic cultivation techniques through spiritual transmission. This cultivation technique is quite overbearing, plundering external items to supplement oneself. Your sect is probably a major demon path sect. Sudan said speechlessly. Senior, you're mistaken. My Qinghe Mountain was one of the larger mystical sects at the time, a major faction in the righteous path. Yu Hong had read classical books and had some understanding of the situation at that time. Given your cultivation techniques, what would you do during resource shortages?
Sudan asked.
Yu Hong remained silent. See, but no wonder your heavenly venerate could resist source disaster for so long and the formations laid down could persist for so many years. Such means are essentially like a scorched earth policy. Your source disaster absorbs and destroys living beings, right? So, first, absorb all living beings, equating to forcibly aggregating all life force to collectively resist source disaster. Sudan pointed out the key incisively. Senior. Yu Hong showed an expression of helplessness. All right, let's not talk about it. But I bet your sect was certainly a target for everyone at that time. Sudan laughed. All right, your current issue is how to enter the micro level of the primary cultivation technique, right? Yu Hong nodded. Exactly. I've been exploring for a long time but can't find any clues. Such a long time? Others in nascent soul close themselves off for decades. You've been exploring for just a few months.
Sudan interrupted.
Micro means observing and contacting finer things. What you need to do first is make yourself finer. So, observe yourself, find the basic units of your spiritual power and consciousness. That's your first step. Didn't your master say this? He did. Master Yushuezi even gave me a small magic skill to observe the smallest units of oneself.
Yuhong replié.
And you still can't do it?
No clues.
Yu Hong said helplessly. Your comprehension is not good. How did you reach this level? Your comprehension is at the mortal level.
SU dan was speechless.
Yu Hong was again speechless. Comprehension isn't just about having strong spiritual power, fast reaction, or enhanced memory. If so, mechanical civilization's robots would be much stronger in spiritual power, have reaction speeds beyond light speed, and have whatever memory capacity desired. Wouldn't such entities be invincible? Sudan said. Then what exactly is comprehension? It's spirit light.
Sudan answered.
Spirit light. It's a spark from the essence of your life evolution, illuminating a bit of external content needed for evolution. The instant it is illuminated is the moment of your enlightenment.
Sudan explained deeply.
Since each life's evolution differs, spirit light naturally varies. To enhance your comprehension, you need to fully recognize and accept yourself. Then you can capture the fleeting spirit light from the deepest self. Hearing this, Yu Hong seemed thoughtful. From the beginning, he was driven to exhaustion by source disaster. Now settled, he finally had the chance to look back. As Sudan said, he was just an ordinary person. Without the black mark, he might never have met Quan He. Accepting and recognizing oneself? So what kind of person is he? Chapter 571. What kind of person am I? Ever since arriving in this world, he never had time to ponder this question. The crisis of survival kept pushing him forward relentlessly, constantly running away. But now, after reaching the nascent soul stage, he had to confront this difficult question. Am I willing to sacrifice everything for others? He asked himself this. No, I would only help those who are good to me if I have the capacity left after ensuring my own safety. Am I the kind of person who upholds justice? Am I someone with strong will? Not really. I'm just being forced to move forward by constant danger. Nothing more. Yu Hong questioned himself repeatedly, continuously affirming and denying himself, until finally, he came to several answers that reflected his true nature. In the end, the conclusion was quite simple. I'm just an ordinary person, a little selfish, a little courageous, afraid of dying, and a regular person who trembles with fear. Yu Hong had never recognized himself as clearly as he did now. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual power continuously scanned his body. Every inch of flesh and blood laid bare in his mind. This is who I am. No need to hesitate. No need to worry. No need to fear criticism. I was born this way, raised by life, shaped by my environment. I will continue to change, but right now, at this very moment. Scenes of his journey flashed in Yu Hong's mind. He could clearly see his gradual growth and transformation with each step. Every thought he had ever had resurfaced at this moment. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged, right in the black spirit hall, under the gaze of Quan He and Sudan. He sat down on his own. His vast and unrestrained spiritual power rapidly disintegrated into numerous thoughts, impulses, notions. These things were born by strands of differently colored spiritual power. His rationality stemmed from the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. The spiritual power derived from this instinct was blue, mostly concerning how to avoid harm and how to maximize benefits. The instinct for sensual and reproductive desires was split into 5 senses: desire and reproductive desire, a collection of pink, red, and yellow, constantly changing color but overall much weaker than the blue. There was also a faint thread of silver spiritual power, a small essence derived from the interweaving of rational and sensual spiritual power. That was the collection of perseverance, persistence, never giving up, courage, and so on. At this moment, Yu Hong's mind was devoid of any thought. He just observed quietly like a high above eye, watching the structure of these three types of self. Suddenly, he sensed that his nascent soul power seemed to start disassociating along with the self-structure. The originally integrated mana began to classify according to different self-parts, turning into three types of differently colored mana. Simultaneously, the mana's form transformed from simple halos into delicate threads. With the change in mana, Yu Hong clearly sensed his five senses being amplified. Their strength increased manifold compared to before. He carefully experienced this brand new change, feeling how the categorized mana operated more smoothly. Rational mana controlled and commanded, sensual mana was responsible for attack and defense, and the silver mana linked and reinforced the two. Yu Hong sat still, not knowing how much time had passed. Suddenly, a golden light shone from his body. In the golden light, his nascent soul slowly grew. From the previous infant form, it gradually grew taller and larger, and in just over 10 minutes it grew into the form of a young boy. "It seems you have broken through," Su Dan said with satisfaction. "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Yu Hong stood up and bowed respectfully towards the window. "After reaching micro, all the forces obstructing myself were eliminated, and the amplification of mana has increased by more than double." "Good. The micro level has no limits. Continue to consolidate it yourself in the future. Now, let's continue discussing your plans," Su Dan said warmly. "I still plan to keep moving forward. However, I need to find a place to prepare thoroughly first." Yu Hong felt the rejuvenation of his mana. After reaching micro, the categorized mana began to meticulously strengthen every aspect of himself. The efficiency of mana was also much higher. Tasks that previously required 2 portions of mana could now be done with 1. "Alright, young people should be energetic. Keep going." Su Dan laughed a few times, gradually fading away and making no more sound. Yu Hong exhaled and briefly explained the current situation to Quan He. "I agree. Our strength is too weak right now, we can't accomplish anything. Instead of blundering around, we should find a place to cultivate ourselves first. The great annihilation won't come immediately." Quan He nodded. "All right. Let's stay in the city of no light for a while first." After numerous instances of powerlessness, Yu Hong decided to stop for now, resolved to strengthen his cultivation to the utmost before taking action. Only then would he not be helpless when facing despair. Cultivate first, then explore, seeking the hope of the land of vitality. After setting their goal, the 2 action-oriented individuals quickly returned to the cultivation room to cultivate diligently. Apart from eating, drinking, and excreting, they even replaced sleep with half-meditation. Days passed. The 2 focused on cultivation, almost forgetting everything. They didn't move from the city of no light, occasionally asking Su Dan about cultivation puzzles. Su Dan, craving company, responded happily and comprehensively. Although Quan He couldn't hear the voice, she could still ask questions through Yu Hong's relay. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months passed again. Yu Hong, calculating the countdown, quickly apologized and left the city of no light with Black Spirit for a while. Quan He remained deeply immersed in cultivation, caring nothing about the outside world. She seemed to have entered a peculiar state of self-forgetfulness, with her cultivation level soaring. In just 2 short months, she had already started forming her golden core. Yu Hong didn't disturb her. Instead, he informed Senior Su Dan about needing to resupply, and then returned to the depths of the wind disaster on his own. Poof! In an instant, the Black Spirit stationed in the depths of the wind disaster blurred momentarily before returning to normal. There weren't many changes to the exterior of the safe house, and the interior remained unchanged as well. Only Yu Hong, sitting in the cultivation room, felt the difference from before. At this moment, he was holding a newly appeared enhanced manual, reading it carefully. Safe house enhancement completed. Outer wall strength enhanced to Bernardo level of the spiritual formula Empire, granting immunity to any damage below immortal level. For attacks above immortal level, damage is reduced by 32% before impact. Special ability, Merging Void State, can perfectly disguise and integrate itself in any environment without being repelled. Undetectable by perceptions below heavenly human level. No wonder it took 5 months of enhancement. This effect is getting more and more monstrous. But it's still not enough. Yu Hong knew where he needed to go. So, although the safe house was already very strong, it was still not enough, far from enough. Heavenly human level corresponds to golden immortal level, and this strength, combined with the array set up by golden immortal Fu Bai, had already maxed out the safe house's strength. Yu Hong pondered for a moment and then took out the source material he had previously obtained from Senior Sudan in the City of No Light. Let's try this. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he reached out his hand to press on the source material. Enhance the source material. Direction. Toxins for humans. First, he checked for any hidden dangers, as was his usual practice. No human toxins. Enhancement not possible. The black mark's feedback started again. Yu Hong meticulously examined each item until he was sure that there were no problems. Only then did he place it on the floor and reached out to press the ground. Enhance the safe house. Direction. Fusion source material. Free enhancement. Dark lines quickly flowed into the ground, and the feedback sound Yu Hong anticipated soon rang out. Enhance the safe house? The countdown then appeared on the ground. He focused and looked. March 7th, 114 at 11:45. Precise and exact. Very realistic. Yu Hong stood up silently, taking away the source disaster. He now understood the value of this item. Even Senior Sudan found it useless. To integrate it into the safe house required so much time. He removed the source material, casually took some other item to enhance the current safe house, and the countdown appeared as just over 6 months. Then he added back the source material, and the time changed once more to 114 years. Indeed, this thing is damn tricky. 100 years, who knows what level of cultivation he'd reach by then? Would he even need it anymore? Temporarily abandoning the idea of merging the source material, Yu Hong controlled the safe house to return to the City of No Light and then began enhancing his own outer eye. In reality, he had many items on his body that could be enhanced. It was just that he never had the time to deal with them. Now that he had some free time, he started progressing on these enhancements. Removing his eye, Yu Hong held it in his hand and had a sudden thought. Wait, what if I enhance the royal golden eye along with the outer eye? What would happen? Yu Hong acted on his impulse, placing the eyeball and the royal golden eye together. His current eye strength was already very high, with hardness comparable to stone. Putting them together wouldn't cause any damage. Enhance the outer eye. Direction. Random. Yu Hong used his consciousness to encompass both items, initiating the enhancement. Dark lines flowed out from the back of his hand, converging into the outer eye. The countdown quickly appeared. March 11th at 4:07. It can actually work? Yu Hong's anticipation grew. Without a doubt, the royal golden eye was extremely formidable, providing complete defense against all attacks below the golden immortal level. The outer eye had also evolved to a very high level, comparable to the eyes of top immortal generals in the Spirit Disaster. The combination of the two was bound to create some marvelous changes. The black mark's inquiry quickly rang out, and Yu Hong promptly confirmed. He then separated the two items, placing the outer eye back in its socket. He had tried before. Once the range of enhancement was determined, the enhanced items would remain intact until the enhancement completed, at which point they would disappear, leaving only the enhanced result. He had thought of using this method for some no-cost trades in special circumstances, but he hadn't found the opportunity yet. Enhancement began again, and life returned to the previous monotonous state of cultivation. Time flew by and over a month passed. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door of Yu Hong's cultivation room. Come in. Yu Hong didn't need to guess who it was. He opened his eyes and looked towards the door. With a click, His mana moved, unlocking the door. Chapter 572. Quan He slowly walked in. She was only wearing a simple white tube top and shorts. She had been undergoing medicine baths to temper her body recently. For the sake of convenience in her cultivation, she simply stopped wearing outer robes frequently. I am about to form my core, but I still lack one crucial element. It can't be achieved here, and we can't achieve it either. You mean, the heavenly tribulation?
Yuong instantly ricted.
Precisely. The heavenly tribulation is both a test and a blessing. It's the natural reactive response of the universe to our cultivator's evolution. If we can't start to overcome it, we won't be able to absorb the heaven and earth essence that we should gain during the process. Quan He nodded. She's right. The heavenly tribulation is essential. Your own breakthrough is the same. From the early to the middle stage of nascent soul, there is actually a heavenly tribulation. The fact that you haven't experienced it yet doesn't mean it won't come. Once the environment is set, it will gather and give you a massive one. So where to undergo the tribulation is a crucial consideration for you. Su Dan's voice also echoed simultaneously. Speaking of which, there are a few places near the city of No Light where you can try. Please enlighten me, Senior. This junior is all ears.
Yuong huriedly bowed.
One place is Tingma Plains. That place is the territory of Red Armor. It's very dangerous, but as long as you don't pick up scraps on the battlefield, he generally won't bother you. Another place is Nianxin Cave. It's the abode of the Nianxin Patriarch. He was a survivor who fled from the spiritual Formula Empire back then, with great grievances and deep hatred. He was hell-bent on seeking revenge on the source disaster but ultimately failed, becoming neither human nor ghost. Now he's in a state of dormancy. You can undergo the tribulation inside his belly. Inside his belly? Yu Hong was stunned. Yes, that guy is also of the immortal Dao but differs from your immortal path. There are thousands of immortal Daos, and although all lead to immortality, different immortal Daos have different effects. The route of the spiritual Formula Empire is both very strong and very weak. You will understand once you visit.
Su Dan commented.
Yu Hong pondered for a moment and asked, So, Senior, which place is safer? There's no such thing as safety in the heavenly tribulation. Go to Nianxin Cave where the Nianxin Patriarch is dormant. It's relatively safer. If he wakes up, mention my name. I helped him back in the day, and he might show some respect. Su Dan said. Thank you, Senior. Senior has helped this junior so much. I don't know how to repay you. Yu Hong said sincerely. Talk about repayment when you are stronger in the future. It has no meaning now.
Su Dan sighed.
To enter Nianxin Cave, once you enter the wind disaster, silently chant the entering magic spell 1,001 times in your mind while keeping your safe house spinning in place without moving around, and you'll get in easily. The content of the spell is 1,000 spirits, 1,000 hearts, 9 directions unite as one. 1,000 spirits, 1,000 hearts, 9 directions unite as one. Is this referring to the spiritual Formula Empire?
Yuong repeated.
It's good you know. That guy is actually a major figure of the demon path. In the spiritual Formula Empire, he was once a character called out for elimination. Later, during the great disaster that destroyed the universe, he chose to put aside personal grievances and join forces to resist the source disaster, but still failed. Ultimately, due to his immense power, he was the one chosen by multiple strong entities of the spiritual Formula Empire to be sent out with the mission of rebuilding the spiritual Formula Empire. Unfortunately, he caught the attention of the source disaster, perhaps due to his considerable size and strong allure, making the possibility of reconstruction distant and unachievable.
Su Dan explained.
Figures like him and Red Armor are, in fact, the last remaining strongest in the universe. They are like living source material but ultimately cannot escape the fate of becoming source material. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong was horrified. Senior, does this mean all source materials come about this way? Not necessarily, but the piece you have might be one such example. He might once have been a supreme powerhouse, capable of destroying worlds with ease. Having endured countless source disaster washes, He gradually lost himself and turned into a heartless and mindless source material stone.
Sudan Said.
Yu Hong was speechless. Of course, apart from these two places, you can just randomly choose a place to undergo the tribulation. However, the degree of danger would be unpredictable. Given your current state, tainted by the heart disaster aura, it's possible you might attract another invasion.
Sudan advised.
This junior understands.
Yuong nodded.
Make your own choice. Sudan left these final words and then fell silent. Yu Hong relayed Sudan's words verbatim to Quan He. What's your decision? We can choose the direction given by the senior now, but ultimately we'll need to face everything ourselves someday. So, I think we should go to another place by ourselves. Quan He said seriously. What if we encounter danger? That's what we must face. If we can't overcome it now, we won't be able to later. Quan He answered. Yu Hong understood her meaning and nodded. All right. Both of them were actually unwilling to choose the safer place for their tribulation. Although Senior Sudan had good intentions, facing trials earlier would help them grow sooner. They made their choice and immediately activated the Black Spirit to leave the City of No Light. Yu Hong did not let the Black Spirit navigate freely. After all, since they couldn't handle even the City of No Light, venturing further would be more dangerous. So they chose the floating city world. After setting their direction, they sat down to wait. Additionally, they wanted to check on Yi and Ku Chan's situation. If things were bad, they would need to evacuate them in advance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Absolute balance floating city. The dense black disaster monsters were like sandstorms, continuously blowing into the defense gaps. Among the spaceships facing the battle, there were more than 300 belonging to AUS Academy. All the ships formed a massive united array, activating the automatic locking system, controlled by the intelligent spirit, concentrating fire to annihilate any approaching black disaster monsters. Within the battle group, aboard a blue spindle-shaped ship, Dean Lu Qishuan's face was solemn as he stood in the main control room, looking out at the endless black disaster monster waves. Behind him were his 3 students, one of whom was Ku Chan. Su Feng, Ouyang Rui. Both of you keep an eye on the left and right sides. Ku Chan, watch the stern. We've been fighting continuously for 4 days. The spaceship array's energy stones need to be replaced. Are the spares ready? Lu Qishan asked. Yes. They have already been delivered. One of the students, burly and heavy-voiced, answered. Have we received any reply from the council members yet? Lu Qishan squinted and asked. No. There are too many black tide battle stars.
Su Feng viplit.
Despite the helplessness he felt, Lu Qishuan's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to check his wristwatch, just about to speak. Suddenly, an expression of surprise and astonishment appeared on Ku Chan's face, which quickly turned into worry. Teacher, I sense that my elder brother is approaching. Ku Chan hesitated, then spoke. Your elder brother? Lu Qishan immediately reacted. The one you said disappeared earlier, Zhang Ruzi Yu Hong? Exactly.
Ku Han nodded.
He is approaching the floating city. He and Yu Hong had previously left communication locators for each other. As long as the other side did not intentionally conceal it, they could generally sense each other's well-being. This, Lu Qishan frowned. The disappearance of Margaret and the serious injury of council member Lucien were all related to this Zhang Ruzi. Last time, when Lucien was rescued, his family was greatly angered and paid a huge price to secure the promises of 3 council members, agreeing to join forces to deal with the perpetrators behind Zhang Ruzi. Make him stop immediately. Tell him not to come. Lu Qishan quickly spoke. Why? With my elder brother's strength, we could support him. Letting him in would not be a big problem. Hasn't the previous case already been settled? Ku Chan asked in astonishment. On the surface, yes, but your elder brother unknowingly got involved with Qinghe Mountain, Lucien's family, at great expense, not only asked 3 council members to make arcane oaths as promises but also invited powerful adversaries who had a long-standing blood feud with Qinghe Mountain from somewhere. They are waiting for your elder brother to appear, Lu Qishan said sternly. Qinghe Mountain, it has disappeared for so many years. Yet, Kuchan was astonished. For the powerful, thousands or tens of thousands of years are just fleeting. The key is, these powerful individuals are the descendants of survivors whose entire clans were drained of vitality by Qinghe Mountain. Such blood feuds, no one will easily forget. Lu Qixuan replied. Kuchan was speechless and hurriedly tried to contact Yu Hong. But as soon as he activated the array in his body, he froze. What's wrong? Lu Qixuan frowned and looked at him. The contact array is isolated. Someone over there stopped my elder brother. Kuchan's face was grave. Can you sense who it is? I'm not sure. But the elemental fluctuation is flame. Sufeng, check which fire element arcanists of level 6 and above have left the array now? Lu Qixuan quickly looked at another student. Just a moment. There are Mage Bordeaux and Mage Yihafar. Bordeaux is one of Council Member Tim's 2 assistants invited by Lu Xian's family. Yihafar is another Council Member Shenanxi's nephew. Lu Qixuan realized and quickly pointed his hand in front of him in the void. Sky. Instantly, a circle of blue ripples spread out and condensed into a round screen. On the screen, 2 small ships, one black and one red, were swiftly shaking off black tide monsters pursuing them from behind, flying towards deep space. It's indeed them. Can you notify your elder brother now? Lu Qixuan's face was solemn. No way, it's completely isolated over there. There must be someone who set up an array in advance. They must have been keeping an eye on me.
Kuchan understood.
But since even council member Lu Xian was seriously injured last time, this time, with just 2 assistant mages, shouldn't there be less of a problem? Student Sufeng asked in confusion. Even you know about this, do you think the 2 level 6 mages rushing over wouldn't be aware? Lu Qixuan countered. They were in the same grade as me back then and were never people of impulsive character. Since they dare to go personally, they must be fully prepared. Moreover, I remember that the nearby spacetime order was destroyed by the Destruction Star Cannon some time ago. Now, long-distance teleportation is no longer possible for positioning. Within 10 light-years around, long-distance instantaneous movement is completely impossible. You should know what this means. Lu Qixuan quickly said. No way to teleport long distance? Hearing this, Kuchan and Sufeng realized the severity of the situation. According to Kuchan's recount, they all knew that Yu Hong had relied on calling an outside Qinghe Mountain expert to successfully deal with council member Lu Xian. And now, due to the intense battle against the Black Tide, using highly potent strategic weapons, the space within 10 light-years around couldn't be used for long-distance teleportation, meaning Yu Hong could only rely on his own lone combat.
No.
I have to go rescue him. Kuchan suddenly got anxious. Teacher, please think of something. Council member Lu Xiran is also struggling in battle and can't return for the time being. With just us here, it's impossible. At this moment, we can only ask that person. Lu Qixuan's mind turned rapidly, quickly coming up with a solution. Chapter 573. In the outer star domain of the floating city, strands of black tide like smoke continuously swept past Black Spirit, heading towards the floating city. Yu Hong and Quan He stood at the window, looking at the countless strands of smoke outside that seemed endless, always holding their breath in fear. Fortunately, the newly upgraded hidden function is strong enough, and in this area, no higher intensity black tide monsters have appeared. Otherwise, Yu Hong said with relief, I can already feel the heavenly tribulation brewing. That kind of oppressive feeling, like the sky is full of dark clouds, ready to pour rain at any moment, Quan He said in a deep voice. Me too. This place seems to be temporarily isolated by the black tide, preventing the heavenly tribulation. I guess if we change locations, we can get through it smoothly, Yu Hong speculated. At this time, Black Spirit was quietly navigating away from the black tide. But unfortunately, after sailing for over 10 hours, they still couldn't see a way out. Outside the window, it was still full of dense black tide. Wait! Something is coming! Suddenly Yu Hong's voice sank, and he looked in a certain direction with his covered eyes. The two men focused their gazes, seeing outside the glass, a giant spotted shell about the size of a large part of a planet, extending dense, withered yellow soft legs, flying towards the floating city. Countless source disaster monsters formed a sphere, floating beside it, charging together. On the back of the shell, human figures could be vaguely seen standing. "Can you see who they are?" Quan He asked. "No, there's a barrier, but I noticed a black sun-like pattern on the side of the giant shell." Yu Hong shook his head, but keenly observed. "I suspect it's the Heavenly Sun sect. It is also a force in the black tide, capable of driving ordinary black tide monsters, which is normal," he speculated. "Can the floating city withstand it?" Quan He looked worried. "It depends on whether the main force of the Heavenly Sun sect is dispatched. The floating city has existed for so long, it's definitely not as simple as it looks," Yu Hong said. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Black Spirit flew covertly within the Black Tide army, with the ability to fuse camouflage. To the outside monsters, it looked like one of their own, so it was completely inconspicuous. About 5 more hours passed. Outside the window finally cleared up and opened up all of a sudden. All monsters instantly disappeared, replaced by the boundless starry sky. Yu Hong and Quan He had no time to think, immediately sensing a strong oppressive force quickly descending from the universe above. His 2 vortices composed of purple electric light quickly condensed above their heads. The vortices split into 2, one targeting Yu Hong, the other targeting Quan He. "Go out and resist," Yu Hong said in a deep voice. Staying in the safe house could also withstand the heavenly tribulation, but they wouldn't be able to absorb the accompanying heaven and earth essence. Immediately, he opened the door and rushed out, intending to use instantaneous movement, but found the surrounding space completely failed, and the eye of transmission's ability directly failed. No time to think more, Yu Hong looked up at the purple electric light vortex above. His vortex was more than 10 times larger than Quan He's, with a gigantic cold and ruthless purple electric eye staring down at him. Boom! Without any brewing, a thunder pillar rumbled down from the vortex, instantly crossing tens of thousands of kilometers, directly hitting Yu Hong's head. He couldn't dodge and couldn't even if he wanted to. The speed of this heavenly tribulation far exceeded his dodging time. In the instant he saw it, the lightning had already struck him. Crackling electric currents paralyzed every part of Yu Hong's body, destructive high-temperature currents forcibly breaking down his body protection mana. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, purely relying on his mana to resist the disintegrating lightning. But perhaps he progressed too fast, causing his mana to be unstable, and even though he reached micro-level, he retreated under the terrifying lightning strike. The nascent soul frantically squeezed out mana, trying to support the situation, but it was futile. His whole body began to show fine blackened patches. His hair started burning, and his robe turned black. Swish! At this moment, Yu Hong's entire body blurred for a moment, and the next second, all the scorching blackness on his body mysteriously vanished completely. The recovery necklace hanging around his neck slowly dimmed, indicating it had been used once. Only the depletion of his mana indicated it was not an illusion. Seemingly angered, another thunder pillar crashed from the vortex above. The purple thunder pillar instantly struck Yu Hong again, with massive purple electric arcs crazily breaking down his mana. Unfortunately, 10 seconds later, Yu Hong's entire body flickered again, and everything returned to normal. Then came the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th until the 9th strike. The purple electric vortex finally dissipated. Yu Hong let out a long breath and turned to look at Quan He in the distance. Quan He over there was all charred black, an arm nearly destroyed, her clothes long burnt. But there was no worry about exposure because her entire skin was also carbonized by the electricity. "Fortunately, I succeeded," Quan He said with a grin, sending a voice transmission while smiling. "Me too, just that my mana was mostly consumed, but my body is fine." Yu Hong once again marveled at the high value of the recovery necklace given by the corrupt seniors. This heavenly tribulation was extremely strong, completely different from the kind easily dispersed by a punch last time. But, relying on the recovery necklace, he managed to pass the tribulation without even a scratch. Let's go back and recover for a while. Yu Hong turned and flew towards the safe house. Quan He quickly followed. But they had only flown a few dozen meters. Buzz! A huge, iridescent web suddenly appeared before them, blocking the space between them and the safe house. Both were startled and quickly stopped, looking at the two figures standing on the net. One was tall, the other short, both blonde men in white mage robes. The tall one held a black wood magic wand inlaid with a gold gem. Looking down at Yu Hong from above, his gaze icy. The short one was round like a barrel, holding a miniature multicolored web model in his hand, clearly the one who created the obstacle in front of them. Got you, Zhang Ruzi and Yu Hong, the tall mage said coldly. I don't know who you are, Yu Hong replied expressionlessly. As mana began to naturally release the body protection technique from him, the activation of the Qingwei Heart technique was now invisible and intangible. This cultivation technique was primarily based on covert defense and counterattack. You caused Patrol Chief Margaret's death, led the Source Disaster Monster and the remnants of Qinghe Mountain to severely wound Senator Lu Xian. Your crimes are numerous. We are here on orders to capture you and take you back to the floating city for sentencing, the tall mage said harshly. Aren't mages supposed to be self-preserving? Lu Xian is crippled. Margaret is no more. Why are you still trying so hard for two unworthy people?
Yu Hong retorted.
Both of their faces changed slightly and they stopped talking. If it weren't for the arcane oath, which gave them the precious resources they had longed for, they would not have come out to intercept him willingly. Enough nonsense, capture him directly. Without long-distance transport, he can't summon the remnants of Qinghe Mountain, the short mage said in a deep voice. Qinghe Mountain cultivates the immortal Tao. He must have just passed a heavenly tribulation. He's at his weakest now. Attack! The tall mage hit the ground with his wand. A circle of golden rings appeared in front of him, and from it emerged a hideous, deep blue monster resembling a plesiosaur, which lunged rapidly at Yu Hong and his companion. The monster was covered in blue scales, with 2 rows of pale bone spurs on either side of its head, like wings. Roar! It let out a huge roar, eyes glowing with blue flames, opening its jagged mouth to bite at Yu Hong. Splat! But a bizarre scene unfolded. The monster lunged forward, its mouth clamping down hard, but it didn't reach its target at all. The spot it bit was at least several dozen meters away from Yu Hong. Aino? The tall mage's expression changed slightly, and he raised his wand again in urgency. But no matter how much mana he channeled, the monster just kept snapping at the air wildly, looking around and swinging its claws, completely ignoring Yu Hong, who was right in front of it. Forward! Ino! Forward! The tall mage quickly cast his spell, trying to dispel the mind magic influence, but to no avail. The monster remained in place, frantically attacking the air. Aino, relax. Let me control it. I'll handle it. The tall mage transmitted his voice, certain it was an extremely sophisticated illusion guidance technique at work. He immediately chose to take control himself. But... splat! The next second, his body suddenly stiffened. A large hand pierced through his chest from behind, retracting with sticky, hot blood. Who told you that I was still over there? Yu Hong's figure appeared behind him, his towering frame like a shadow in the darkness. Was it your eyes? The tall mage opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. How had he been suppressed by Margaret just a short while ago? What happened? This was too fast. Just who is? The short mage, seeing this, turned pale. The next moment, he decisively let go of his array and rapidly flew towards a hidden spaceship not far away. At the same time, silvery elemental force circles appeared around him, protecting his body. But seconds later, his vision blurred, and the spaceship he had just lunged at vanished like an illusion. In its place was Yu Hong, watching him quietly from the front. Regret it. Yu Hong sighed, reaching out and grabbing the mage's head. His powerful mana forcibly shattered the elemental force around him, breaking it into countless silvery light particles. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. Spare me. Splat. Yu Hong crushed his head, discarding the corpse, and calmly looked up at the two figures that had appeared above at some unknown time. These two were dressed in blood-red robes, wearing tall, chef-like red hats, each holding a pitch-black scimitar. So, you are indeed the remnants of Qinghe Mountain, practicing the Qingwei Heart technique. Such a rare defense cultivation technique, few train in it, but to reach such effectiveness. Very few. One of them said in a deep voice. You all? Yu Hong frowned deeply, clearly sensing that these two were on a different level than the previous mages. Their energy levels gave him a strong sense of threat, a premonition that grew stronger after reaching the nascent soul stage. Contamination level energies. At his stage, the only things that could make him feel danger were contamination level energies. Nascent soul was still at the immortal level, but upon reaching divinity transformation, it marked the beginning of contamination. A broad energy range from divinity transformation to ascension. Only by stepping into the immortal realm could one reach a new level, the celestial human realm. Chapter 574. Yu Hong noticed that on the blood-colored high hats worn by the two men, he could vaguely see a shadow of a black planet slowly rotating. And on their foreheads below, there were also black sun patterns. Instantly, he understood. Heavenly Sun Sect. He wondered where these remnants came from. Now it was clear they were just disguised defectors, which is why they could exist for so many years. Looks like you know us. Back then, Qinghe Mountain exterminated our Taiwang blood saber sect. We brothers swore that even if we fell into the source disaster, we would kill all the surviving remnants of Qinghe Mountain. You are the 1013th batch of Qinghe Mountain remnants we've killed, one of the two men said calmly. In fact, after killing for so long, we have already become bored, but knowledge needs to be supplemented. It's a good excuse to supplement our knowledge. Brother Wu Chan. This time I wasn't wrong about the reward. On the other side, a woman in a long purple dress slowly appeared, wearing various jewelry made of purple crystal. That's right, the reward is at the old spot, take it yourself. Next, you can leave. Suddenly, the two from the blood saber sect's faces changed. Where are they? Yu Hong and Quan He, who were just in front of them, had disappeared? The two brothers reacted instantly, looking towards the black spirit direction. Sure enough, they saw Yu Hong and Quan He already standing by a window, looking this way. When did they go back? Wu Chun suppressed the shock in his heart. I don't know, I just felt my eyes blur. His younger brother Wu Rant's face was ugly. Do you think hiding in a broken house guarantees your safety? Wu Chun felt he had lost face, his gaze becoming even colder. He raised the scimitar in his hand. Blood Rain Dao Scripture. Suddenly, countless blood-red runes lit up on the surface of the scimitar, like numerous blood-colored ants, constantly climbing on the blade. Break! Wu Chun swung the scimitar forward in a slash. Hiss! A thin blade light shot out of his hand. Initially small, as it flew rapidly, it began to lengthen swiftly, from 3 meters to 5 meters, 5 meters to 10 meters, 10 meters to 100 meters. In an instant, when it reached the front of the black spirit gate, it was already 1,000-meter-long gigantic blade light. In the next moment, the blade light slashed fiercely onto the safety house door. Clang! Circles of blues-colored ripples accompanied by vibrations constantly spread out and exploded around. Soon, the ripples dissipated, and the door of the safety house remained undamaged. Through the glass window, Yu Hong and Quan He were pointing and commenting on the power of that slash. The faces of Wu Chan and his brother darkened. They exchanged a look, and instantly rushed towards black spirit gate with their blades. Swish! The two flew into 2 red lines with lightning speed, rapidly circling and slashing around black spirit. In just a few seconds, they had slashed out thousands of dense, blood-colored blade lights. Clang, 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 clang. The safety house continuously suffered slashes, but, To the brothers' shock, not even a mark was left on the outer walls of the door. I don't believe this. Wu Chun gripped his blade with both hands, raised it over his head, and an endless black mist crazily flooded into the blade. Sword technique of 10,000 worlds. This was a powerful absolute killing technique of the Blood Saber sect, one that forcefully squeezed out 3 times the usual power of a strike but at a great cost to the body. Given Wu Chun had become a black tide creature, losing half his life meant he recovered in seconds. With determination, he struck continuously, forming a sea of blood-colored blade lights slashing at the outer walls of black spirit. Bang, 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 bang. Under the continuous strikes, faint white marks finally started appearing on the outer walls of the safety house. Boom! Wu Chen's scimitar broke due to the intense strikes. I don't believe this. Can't even take down a lowly disciple? His eyes bloodshot. He condensed another black blade and madly hacked at the safety house again. His younger brother joined the hacking process as well. As time passed by, Yu Hong and Quan He, after watching for a while, found it boring and went back to their rooms to continue cultivating. Before leaving, Yu Hong couldn't help but yawn. This made Wu Chun and his brother's heart burn with rage. Feeling deeply humiliated, they slashed even more fiercely. Time passed slowly, speeding by. In an instant, more than a month had passed. In space, the black spirit safety house drifted aimlessly into the distance, with 2 blood-robed men weakly slashing blood-colored blade lights at the safety house's back. They haven't given up yet? Quan He, wearing a bathrobe after a shower and with a face mask on, walked to the window and asked. Yu Hong, cooking a hot pot alone, looked up at the window. Yeah, they're quite persistent. Could it be that Supreme Blood Blade Sect's sword technique has the effect of refining willpower? I've seen it for so many days. I've even learned their sword technique. Maybe I'll practice it myself another day. He opened a pack of frozen venison and placed it into the small electromagnetic hot pot. Want some? I made some tasty chili sauce. Sure. It's been a while since I had it. By the way, I've come up with an answer to the question you asked last time. Quan He sat down cross-legged, condensed his true yuan, conjured up bowl and chopsticks, and started eating right away. To delve deeper into micro, you should head towards the source of your thoughts. What constitutes the core of thinking? Sensuality, rationality, and sublimation can't truly dissect spiritual thoughts in finer detail. She stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. The foundation of thoughts should be information. Basic cognitive information is needed first to have logic, then emotions. Yu Hong pondered over this. Recently, I've been reading the sect's nascent soul encyclopedia that my master prepared for me. It mentioned that the essence of spiritual thoughts is not much different from many forces flowing in the external world. The real difference lies in the construction. Bioelectric energy forms thoughts and spirit. Other energies can too. Indeed, so the next step into micro, I suggest you meditate thoroughly, capturing each fleeting thought and then reducing the number of thoughts until only one remains. Repeat that one thought continuously, and then deconstruct it, examining where it originates, how it transfers, and then how it forms. Offered Quan He. I've learned a lot.
Yu Hong nodded.
Quan He's words gave him an actionable direction. After all, just following the methods from the classical books felt somewhat hollow. By the way, is your golden core stabilized? Yu Hong veered the conversation. Almost, but cultivation at the golden core stage is much slower than during the foundation establishment stage. It's at least 10 times slower. Quan He had seen Yu Hong's exaggerated speed. Comparing it to himself felt like comparing a car to a snail. The disparity was enormous. Take your time. Cultivation is a slow grinding process. You can't rush it. Yu Hong comforted him. Are you at the nascent soul late stage now? Why have I been hearing thunder outside these past few days? Quan He asked. Just reached the middle stage. Not that fast.
Yu Hong chuckled bitterly.
It'll take at least another 2 months. Quan He almost choked on the meat in his mouth. How many years did it take Bai Shang to reach the late stage? Don't compare yourself to me. Really.
Yu Hong sighed.
I'm different from ordinary people. My talent is actually quite average. It's just that I got lucky. Quan He decided to keep his head down and continue eating, not paying him any attention. I plan to go back for a while. The heavenly tribulation is over. Earlier, I sensed the positions of Ku Chan and the others, and everything is fine. Yu Hong continued. Your ship, go wherever you want. I'm just hitching a ride. It's good enough that you don't charge me rent. Quan He was very self-aware. Junior sister, don't be disheartened. Building a safety house is not something that happens overnight.
Yuong conforted.
Don't try to compare with me. I'm different. I just got lucky. I'm full. Quan He stood up abruptly. She really couldn't listen to this anymore. Watching Quan He leave, Yu Hong shook his head. He was speaking the truth, but no one believed him. Turning his head, he looked out the window at Wu Chan and his brother still valiantly hacking at the safety house. With a sigh, he continued to eat his hot pot. At this moment, the safety house began to manifest the wind disaster color line around it. Countless colored lines wrapped around it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape, Wu Chan, who was almost out of strength, saw the safety house attempting to flee and felt sure that Yu Hong was at his limit. It's almost down. Chase it. Younger brother Wu Ren also perked up. The two brothers, with sunken eyes and tired faces, mustered their strength and charged into the wind disaster color line, disappearing as well. Only the woman in the purple dress was left, shaking her head helplessly and disappearing into the air with a sigh. Whoosh! Within the numerous flowing wind disaster color lines, Black Spirit was swiftly darting and flying through the lines, with Wu Chan and Wu Ran, the two blood-clad men, hanging on its outer wall. As soon as they entered, they sensed something amiss. The intensity of the wind disaster around them was too high. This was deep within another source disaster. Not only did they fail to receive any support from the black disaster, but they were also continuously depleting their own black mist to protect themselves, avoiding being sliced into countless pieces by the wind disaster color lines, disappearing in an instant. Wait, which direction is this house heading? Wu Chun clung to the black spirit's outer wall with all his might, looking around. No idea, but I feel a familiar energy approaching fast. Younger brother Wu Ran replied urgently. As the two brothers struggled with their fatigued bodies to fend off the invasion of the color lines, the surroundings suddenly went dark. The lights inside the safety house were turned off, and the color lines outside quickly turned black. They seemed to have entered a pitch-black tunnel. Soon, a few minutes later, pop! The safety house suddenly burst into a vast black plain. The surroundings opened up completely, with no trace of wind disaster color lines. Instead, a dense aura of the black disaster filled the area. The dense black mist of the black disaster immediately excited Wu Chun and Wu Ran. This place, actually, the two let go of their grip on the safety house's outer wall, floating into the air and surveying the area. What is this place? The black mist here is even denser than near the mother tree's branches. Wu Chun exclaimed. Exhilarating. Ha ha ha. It's exhilarating. This power. I feel it. Power pouring into my body. Wu Ran stretched his arms wide, a dark red blood glow emanating from his body. It was a sign of an impending breakthrough. Brother, do you feel it? This force. Pop! Wu Ran's voice abruptly ceased. The red glow burst like a balloon, instantly dissipating into darkness again. Aaron? Wu Chen's heart sank, carefully transmitting his voice. Aaron? Don't scare me? He cautiously felt his way toward his brother, his black blade illuminating with dense blood-red characters, summoning the full power of the blood saber technique. Aaron, where are you? Ah! A scream suddenly echoed. A black shadow flashed once more. The blood-red characters on the black blade shattered and extinguished with a clang, and everything returned to calm. Only the faint sounds of flesh being chewed could be heard. Inside the safety house, Yu Hong sighed as he pulled up the shield. Chapter 575. The rules of the City of No Light have actually never changed. They were mentioned from the moment I first arrived here. unless the safe house is completely sealed, with no light leaking out at all. Once you open the shutter, you must turn off all light sources. Otherwise, you will endlessly attract the attacks of the unconscious entities lurking here. The strength of the unconscious entities is calculated based on their power in life, generally at least hundreds of times their power before death. Those who can come to the City of No Light tend to have power levels roughly equivalent to the defensive capabilities of the safe house back in the day. The Black Spirit safe house then was capable of defending against threats at the heavenly human level. So, the deaths of these two here are truly not surprising. Yu Hong closed the shutter and glanced at Quan He, who also shook his head as he left. So this is the safety that Senior Sudan spoke of. Indeed, with these unconscious entities wandering around, no one dares to rashly enter. For us, this is actually the safest place, Quan He responded. Issue resolved. Yu Hong wasted no time, closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditation cultivation state. The vast vitality continuously emanated from the two colossal Tai Sui in the hall, then was quickly absorbed by Yu Hong and Quan He without a single bit wasted. Meanwhile, on the floating city battlefield, where the black spirit disappeared, a gigantic black lizard silently appeared. The giant lizard looked down at the battlefield, which appeared minuscule in comparison to its size, like a box of building blocks, not even as large as its fingernail. I can sense the presence of the vitality ship. Yu Hong and the others are fine. Rest assured. The giant lizard spoke in a deep voice. That's good. The two people Lu Xian recruited are indeed very powerful and mysterious. If they make a move, they must have some confidence. After all, Lu Xian mentioned the existence of Qinghe Mountain's remnants. Another figure formed of blue electric currents vaguely materialized next to the giant lizard. I'm not in great shape, drifting in and out of sleep. Most of the time, I have to rely on you, the giant lizard said. I'll be careful, the electric figure nodded slightly. In fact, I'm envious that you found such a resilient captain and crew. Don't you also have AUS Academy? The giant lizard asked. It's different, the electric figure sighed. Anyway, no need to dwell on that. I noticed something off about the two people Lu Xian's family brought in. They aren't individuals you can just find through resources alone, the giant lizard said. So what do you suggest? A thorough investigation? The electric figure hesitated. Given the current situation, do you still have time to hesitate? If the floating city collapses, you all know what you'll face. A thorough investigation is mandatory, the giant lizard said in a low voice. All right, if I have your support, pulling in 2 more council members shouldn't be a big issue, the electric figure immediately decided. I have a feeling this might be the battle that determines the life or death of absolute balance, the giant lizard sighed. The electric figure didn't respond. Asterisk. After the floating city expedition, Yu Hong and Quan He returned to their all-encompassing cultivation. The high danger of the City of No Light had ironically become their greatest protection. Yu Hong decided that unless necessary, he would not venture out until the black mark could no longer be enhanced or until he could no longer break through in cultivation. Time flew by. Soon it was time for him to enhance the outer eye. In the black spirit safety house, Yu Hong sat alone in his cultivation chamber. Surrounded by layers of isolation arrays connected with the golden light array set by Fu Bai, protecting him from outside detection. At that moment, he was holding the outer eye, just taken from its socket. The countdown on it had mere 2 minutes left before it reached 0. Yu Hong quietly waited, watching the remaining time. Hiss! Finally, after a faint blur, the outer eye and the royal golden eye disappeared for a moment, leaving only a golden eyeball floating before Yu Hong. Invisible and gentle golden light radiated from the eyeball, exuding a kind of indescribable majesty, vast and boundless, continuously spreading. Yu Hong never thought that a single layer of golden light could convey such an overwhelming amount of information. Just being illuminated by it naturally brought similar feelings. Plop. In the air beside him, a white instruction manual slowly fell to the ground. The sound of it hitting the ground snapped him out of his daze. He turned and picked up the paper, reading it carefully. Outer eye enhancement complete. After merging with the royal golden eye, the outer eye has been randomly elevated to the Eye of Emosa. Eye of Emosa, your gaze will bring destruction and desolation. In the deepest unknown spacetime, there exists an immortal holy corpse named Emosa, born from countless immortals. It symbolizes the culmination of desolation and death. At the height of its power, it controlled the entirety of a small universe's desolation and death. It was the most terrifying and dangerous existence in countless beings' hearts, the ultimate symbol of destruction and death. Later, in War with Heaven, during the Source disaster, it was ambushed and killed by 4 heavenly emperors, its body and consciousness shredded into countless pieces before finally falling. Warning: your outer eye has undergone some kind of contamination enhancement, raising its energy level to the contamination level. Usage may result in passive energy diffusion. Low energy beings coming into contact and gazing at it could trigger Emosa's destruction resentment. Emosa's destruction resentment, an unknown, terrifying destructive power. When triggered, it will indiscriminately annihilate everything around it. This. Yu Hong's hand holding the instruction sheet trembled slightly. It has actually enhanced to the contamination energy level? The previous outer eye had 2 great abilities, the Eye of Transmission and the Eye of Destruction, but now, along with their enhancement being lost, even the self-protection ability of the Royal Golden Eye has disappeared. Everything has transformed into this so-called Eye of Emosa. That was a golden, immortal-level protective power. Yu Hong's heart trembled. Now it's gone. He had never failed an enhancement before, but now, it seemed like he truly experienced his first failure. Not only was the useful Eye of Transmission gone, but even the golden, immortal-level protective magic treasure was gone. Looking at the golden eye ball in his hand, Yu Hong felt as if his heart were bleeding. Sitting cross-legged in place, he worked hard to calm his emotions for a long time. Only then did he tremble as he slowly placed the golden eye ball into his eye socket. Whew! At the moment the golden eye ball entered the eye socket, an inexplicable invisible whirlwind suddenly swept through the surrounding space. A purple-black crocodile-headed humanoid figure silently emerged behind Yu Hong. It spread its arms, with its upper body bare and its lower body wearing a golden, ornate skirt armor. A pair of purple eyes exuded deathly silence and coldness.
Ka.
At the instant the humanoid figure emerged, Yu Hong didn't notice, but the golden immortal array inside Black Spirit immediately lit up with layers of golden patterns, as if resisting some force spreading from within. Ah! Yu Hong, who was inserting the eyeball, had no time to care about the abnormalities behind him. At the moment the eyeball was inserted, his entire being suddenly exploded as if his consciousness had detonated. An incredibly mad, angry, and despairing consciousness surged out from the eyeball, violently rushing towards his spiritual power. But at the very moment it approached, this consciousness abruptly veered and forcibly charged into the black mark on his hand. As if using the black mark as a filter, the next moment, this consciousness emerged from the black mark again, like a river, fiercely merging with Yu Hong's spiritual power. It no longer had the traits of erosion and harm, but rather merged seamlessly as if it were originally part of Yu Hong's consciousness, quickly integrating with his current consciousness without distinction. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, his body immobile, but his mind felt as if it were soaring higher and higher, becoming larger and larger. He felt himself quickly expanding to the size of the secret chamber, but then being compressed back by the surrounding array. Originally, it was just nascent soul-stage spiritual power, but now, under this massive consciousness's fusion, it was growing wildly. Very soon, his spiritual consciousness expanded to more than twice its original size, and continued to surge with time. 1 hour later, Yu Hong's spiritual power had surged to 3 times its original size, finally slowing down. But it was not over yet. As the spiritual power gradually stabilized, fragmented memories began to flow out from the outer eye. Are these Emosa's memories? Yu Hong frowned, slightly lowered his head, enduring the chaotic influx of various memory fragments. Most of these memory fragments were useless scenes of dark, deathly stillness. Only a few were combat scenes and feelings with various monsters and creatures. Soon as the memories were absorbed, you have inherited Emosa's martial arts. Emosa's martial arts have been elevated to perfection, acquiring the trait, innate battle body. You have inherited part of Emosa's consciousness, affecting your physique and spirit, acquiring the trait, Emosa's body. Luckily this enhancement is not as bad as I imagined. Yu Hong rubbed his temples, slowly coming back from the vast sea of memory fragments. The fusion of the outer eye also brought 2 new traits, which were perfect for merging with other traits. This was an unexpected path for him. Enhancing the outer eye could also yield traits. It seems that traits are not only brought by cultivation techniques but through any path that can fundamentally change oneself. Yu Hong relaxed, then began to examine the traits innate battle body and Emosa's body. Innate battle body. You have experienced countless battles, possessing extremely rich close combat experience, with ample knowledge to fight any race and any group. In combat with equal energy levels, you can spot the weaknesses in the opponent's fighting methods within 1 minute and deliver a fatal blow. Yu Hong was stunned. This trait, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Equal energy levels and a fatal blow within 1 minute of combat? In many cases, the cultivation levels are not equal in energy level. Yu Hong clearly remembered that the immortal level spans across the golden core and nascent soul stages. This is simply the perfect trait for assassination. He instantly thought of the best use for this trait. Hide and observe for a minute, then strike and deliver a fatal blow. After a burst of excitement, he calmed down his emotions and looked at the second trait. Emosa's body. You have become a hybrid of Emosa's bloodline and human. Over time, you will gain 1/10 the strength of Emosa's peak state. Your physique will consistently increase to 14 times the original body strength. Your outer skin will toughen greatly, able to withstand any attack below golden immortal level. This is good. It's equivalent to stabilizing the royal golden eye within myself. Plus, there's the additional 14-fold increase in physique. Yu Hong felt somewhat relieved. Without the Eye of Destruction and Eye of Transmission, he at least gained new physical enhancement. Chapter 576. Let's see, the most crucial part is how it affects cultivation. This was what Yu Hong was most concerned about. The enhancement of the outer eye can be utilized through the chaotic God Sky Eye skill, gradually dispersing the powerful traits of the outer eye throughout the entire body, thereby achieving overall enhancement. He quickly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the practice of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Heavenly rivers slowly appeared and flowed around him. Buzz! As soon as he activated the technique, the golden outer eye seemed to be stimulated, rapidly emitting a golden light. The golden light seemed to be continuously drawn by the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, transforming into strands of invisible vitality, converting into nascent soul mana. Yu Hong carefully compared the operating speeds before and after. The extraction speed of this mana is at least 70 to 80% faster. It even has a vitality storage feature. I just don't know how long the vitality of this outer eye can support my cultivation. Between the outer eye and the cultivation technique, Yu Hong naturally chose the cultivation technique. After all, the enhancement of the outer eye was for the improvement of the cultivation technique. Sitting in the cultivation room, he carefully reviewed the enhancements obtained from the outer eye. Emosa's body, innate battle body, the outer eye obtained the ability to wither and destroy enemies with just a glance. This ability was useless against objects. Yu Hong planned to find an appropriate time to test it. Now that the enhancement is over, I'll first fuse the traits of the Black Mark and then continue enhancing them. This time, I'll stay in the City of No Light until the enhancement reaches its limit. After adapting to the changes in his body, Yu Hong felt that his body was becoming more compact, dense, and rapidly increasing in weight. This further solidified his determination to hide away and cultivate. After fusing the traits of Sacred Tiger Form and Innate Battle Body, Yu Hong obtained a golden fusion orb with a countdown of over 2 months. Then he continued to immerse himself in the cultivation of the technique. As time passed day by day, His already rapid cultivation speed increased by nearly double again, becoming even more terrifying. A month later, in the safe house, under the gentle and warm white light, Yu Hong and Quan He sat facing each other, sipping the calming flower tea they had just brewed, one of the supplies they had gathered from the floating city, with certain calming and mind-clearing effects to aid in cultivation by removing distractions. Why do I feel like there's something different about you again? Quan He frowned, scrutinizing Yu Hong with an inexplicable feeling. Indeed, Yu Hong had undergone considerable changes compared to a month ago. His body had become stronger, and his skin had a seemingly indestructible hardness. Even with his eyes covered by a black cloth, faint golden light seeped through. Sitting across from him, Quan He couldn't help but feel a hair-raising sensation, as if an immense creature was sitting in front of him. It seemed that if Yu Hong wasn't careful, he could bring about Quan He's destruction. I don't know. Maybe my cultivation has broken through to a new level. Naturally, Yu Hong couldn't say it was due to his physique. After all, the connection to the black mark was something he couldn't explain, nor did he want to. Previously, you said, you wanted to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul. Quan He's eyes widened. Yes, I'm just a tribulation away. The fusion in the later stages is essentially a repeated comprehensive fusion, similar to the core formation during the Golden Core period, but using nascent soul's mana to combine with the body and aid its evolution, Yu Hong explained. After obtaining a large amount of Emosa's memory fragments, he felt he had a top-down viewpoint on many things. Although Emosa wasn't from the immortal Tao system, its memory fragments contained encounters and battles with similar strong figures. The immortal mana in the nascent soul stage was nothing to Emosa's body, barely even tickling, at most akin to brushing hair. Having seen enough in the memory fragments, combined with the guidance of Senior Sudan, Yu Hong naturally understood the developmental changes of the nascent soul. Are we planning to find a place to undergo tribulation? Quan He sighed inwardly and asked. Yes. How about you? How's your progress? Yu Hong asked politely.
I'm
Not that fast. Every step after the Golden Core period takes a long time to accumulate. For some reason, despite knowing it was normal, Quan He couldn't help but show a look of shame. Don't rush. The road must be taken step by step. Hastiness leads to nowhere. Yu Hong comforted. Don't mind my fast speed. I have ordinary qualifications but a lot of luck. I'm full. Swish. Quan He stood up abruptly and ran away, leaving Yu Hong sitting bewildered. Aren't we not having a meal? He glanced at the teapot and teacups on the table. You indeed feel different. Sudan's voice rang in his ears. Senior also saw it? Yu Hong asked seriously. I've indeed awakened a mysterious bloodline power a few days ago, and it inexplicably enhanced me a lot. Your physical strength increased significantly, and your spiritual power has also enhanced a lot. If it weren't for your unchanged spiritual frequency, I'd suspect you were a different person, said Sudan, puzzled. Senior is perceptive. Indeed, my body and spirit have greatly enhanced. Yu Hong replied respectfully. Forget it, you have your secrets. Don't talk about these. Where do you plan to undergo tribulation? The old place. Last time I was chased away. This time, I must find out what's going on. Who's causing trouble? Yu Hong said. He clearly felt his body's changes becoming stronger. Initially, the sacred tiger form enhanced his physique ninefold. Later, Emosa's body further increased it 14-fold on that basis. At this point, the strength of his body had reached a level he couldn't comprehend. This wasn't a simple addition, rather another 14-fold enhancement based on the already enhanced physique. Alright, your body's enhancement is so extreme that even I can't understand it. Pay attention. You're the only one I can talk to. If something happens to you, well... Sudan's voice fell silent. I understand, Senior.
Yu Hong nodded solemnly.
After finishing his tea, he began to study the essential magic engineering of the nascent soul stage. The magic power of the nascent soul stage, in terms of sheer strength and power, is not significantly stronger than that of the Golden Core stage. The key lies in the characteristics of the nascent soul power, which makes it easier to construct advanced composite arrays. This provides greater potential for immortal Dao cultivators. Hence, they used this power to build an extremely complex and advanced immortal Dao civilization. Among them, talismanic magic, array formations, and artifact refining are the three main categories. Before the nascent soul stage, the requirement for true Yuan was brute strength, like throwing bricks with great force. After entering the nascent soul stage, the path becomes more refined and engineered, with precision being paramount. After a brief adjustment, Yu Hong and Quan He temporarily bid farewell to Su Dan and once again headed towards the floating city universe to begin their tribulation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the boundless space. In the distance, the black tide was still fiercely battling the floating city, surrounded by dense space debris, forming a massive belt of ruins. The black belt of ruins surrounded the floating city, like a giant black belt, slowly rotating. On the outer periphery, streams of black fog and black tide continued to converge. Yu Hong's black spirit appeared further out in space. This time, luck wasn't as good as last time. Just as he appeared, a massive black tide monster sphere flew towards him. The monster sphere was as large as a city, rolling as it moved, with countless monsters on its surface roaring and emitting circles of black-purple illusion fields. Any creature that gazed upon them would instantly fall into a hallucinatory state, entering a desperate and passive mood of giving up resistance, then be devoured and torn apart, becoming cognitive fodder. In front of the monster sphere, the black spirit was as small as a grain of sand, completely inconspicuous. The size difference between the two was immense. At this moment, the two sides collided head-on. The countless monsters on the monster sphere didn't notice or care. Just like before, they thought they could rely on the great mass of the sphere to crush the opponent directly. However, the Heavenly Sun sect disciple inside the sphere realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, everything happened too quickly. By the time he attempted to adjust his direction in time, it was already too late. The monster sphere and the black spirit collided head-on. Buzz! A corner of the massive monster sphere instantly caved in, creating a sizable gap. The black spirit pierced through the monster sphere and flew out from behind. In the next instant, a purple-black lightning vortex appeared above the black spirit. At the vortex's center, a huge purple-black eye coldly stared at Yu Hong in the safe house. It's here. Yu Hong felt calm inside, opened the door, and leaped out. Be careful. If it really doesn't work out, come back immediately, Quan He said with a heavy expression. This time, the size of the heavenly tribulation was more than twice as large as the one Yu Hong had faced before, and its intensity had increased significantly. She was somewhat worried. Don't worry, help me control the safe house, and make sure it doesn't get entangled by the black disaster.
Yuong replié.
The safe house's strength was off the charts now, but its power wasn't equally overwhelming. If it were to get tightly wrapped up and not allowed to leave, it would be a huge problem. Leave it to me. Quan He nodded. Poof! Closing the door, Yu Hong looked up at the lightning vortex above. Speaking of which, despite crossing tribulations several times, I never really got close to the lightning tribulation. Curiosity arose in his heart as he thought about his body strengthened 14 times, along with the recovery necklace's protection, feeling that crossing the tribulation wouldn't be a big issue. Immediately, he leaped directly towards the purple-black eye of the lightning tribulation. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, clearly in a vacuum where sound waves shouldn't transmit. Yet, the vibration still traveled through some unknown medium, reaching the consciousness of all nearby monsters and Quan He. With the explosion, a deep purple lightning condensed into a sharp long spear, shooting out from the vortex center, drawing a long purple trail, instantly reaching Yu Hong's face. Stab! Bang! The huge impact sound exploded once more in the minds of all creatures nearby, bringing a massive paralyzing sensation, causing everything to momentarily freeze. Quan He and the Heavenly Sun sect disciple inside the monster sphere were horrified, looking at Yu Hong again. They found him standing with his forehead against the thunder spear, his expression unchanged, hands behind his back, suspended in space, utterly composed. Such thick skin. Quan He couldn't help but blurt out a comment. This strength feels like a breeze, completely unfazed. Yu Hong smiled, waving his hand to dispel the thunder spear, letting it scatter into numerous purple arcs in space. Is there anything stronger? This guy is still pretending? Quan He's face darkened. Chapter 577. The thunder tribulation once again crashed down a second thunder spear. All the monsters within thousands of kilometers around were paralyzed, unable to move. This was the natural retaliation of the universe's rules. The source disaster also followed the great rules of natural operation, sharing the same nature. The two would not conflict with each other. Boom! The second thunder spear was directly shattered by Yu Hong's head. He flew straight towards the vortex of current nurturing the heavenly tribulation, but unfortunately, the distance was too far. By the time the third thunder spear formed and crashed down, Yu Hong still hadn't gotten any closer to the thunder tribulation vortex. The power of the third thunder spear far exceeded the first two combined, more than 3 times stronger. This blow was beyond Yu Hong's expectations. Although it didn't pierce his skin, the tremendous impact still slammed him back violently. After 3 thunder spears crashed down, the thunder tribulation vortex rapidly dispersed and vanished. Yu Hong struggled to steady himself, shook his head, and looked up, only to find that the thunder tribulation vortex had completely disappeared, making him a little disappointed. He looked around and found himself amidst a swarm of black tide monsters. The endless monsters around him were slowly recovering from their paralysis, just like him. Without instantaneous movement, it's quite troublesome. He sighed. The mana on his body transformed into white flames, propelling him to move swiftly towards Black Spirit. Plop, plop, plop. Some black tide monsters that tried to stop him, regardless of their strength, were easily pierced through by him, offering no resistance. Before long, he reached the door of the safe house. Yu Hong turned around, removed the black cloth covering his eyes, and opened a pair of dazzling eyes that shone like colorful lights within purple crystals. The Eye of Emosa. The invisible gaze fell on a nearby group of 3-headed birds. These birds, dense as a fog of sand, were rapidly rushing towards Yu Hong. At a glance, their numbers formed a black pillar of sand, flying swiftly. But under the gaze of the Eye of Emosa, these 3-headed birds' bodies began to rapidly shrivel and dehydrate naturally. In just 3 seconds, the dense flock of 3-headed birds turned into dry corpses, crumbling and dispersing into ash, disappearing without a trace. Yu Hong continued to move his gaze, setting his sights on a distant group of red-skinned giants covered in black tumors. These giants emitted a scarlet glow constantly, which seemed to be a natural radiation they possessed. Wherever they went, one could clearly see lines of persistent, unfading red light in space. That was the mark of just entering the immortal level. Yu Hong fixed his gaze, and the invisible Eye of Emosa effortlessly reduced the thousands of red-skinned tumor giants to dry husks, turning them into black fog that disappeared. No consumption at all. This ability is incredible.
Yu Hong marvelled inwardly.
After slaughtering so many black tide monsters, his eyes hadn't consumed any energy. It was unbelievably powerful. Immediately, he continued looking at groups of stronger monsters further away. But, unfortunately, there were none. The red-skinned tumor giants were the strongest monsters nearby. The others were merely numerous. Minutes later, Yu Hong had wiped out 2 groups of beak-headed, goat-bodied monsters numbering at least 10,000, all around the immortal level. Then, he further annihilated all the small monster groups around, making the surrounding cosmic space completely void, before returning to the safe house. Upon entering, he saw Quan He standing on the first floor, staring at him with his mouth agape. Don't mind it, this is what it means to be at the late stage of nascent soul. When you reach this level, you'll be able to do it too. Think of our senior brothers. Yu Hong smiled and said, Senior sister Hei Ying was even more exaggerated. She once annihilated all living beings in a straight line for tens of thousands of kilometers with a single sword. I understand, It's just that a short while ago you were about the same as me, and now you've become so. Quan He stammered, still disbelieving, especially seeing those tens of thousands of immortal-level monsters, shattered and shriveled under Yu Hong's gaze. The huge contrast left her feeling hugely inadequate. Not to mention, she had just entered immortal level, while Yu Hong could kill so many monsters of her level with just a glance. This gap couldn't be described as a simple double or triple difference. Soon, you two will be able to do it. The difference seems big, but at higher immortal levels, because the energy remains constant, even a small energy level difference can turn power into a parasitic entity within. It can quickly consume the original power, transform into its own power, and ultimately destroy the original.
Yuhong explained.
So at the immortal level, a small difference in energy level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Initially, killing may be slow due to a slower devouring speed, but it gets faster the further you go. Now that I'm at the pinnacle of the immortal level, crushing those below is naturally effortless. The logic was clear, but the shock Quan He felt upon seeing that scene lingered for a long time. All right, the heavenly tribulation is over. I need some time to stabilize my cultivation. Wait a moment, Yu Hong said, and then entered his cultivation room to meditate and stabilize himself. The myriad of special essences and energies from the heavenly tribulation surging into his body were being rapidly absorbed, transforming into the source that nourished his body. Due to his unique traits, his body's growth was now unlimited. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his true internal form was continuously growing larger. As Yu Hong entered a state of meditation to cultivate, Black Spirit once again entered a concealed state, heading towards the absolute balance of the floating city. This time, his main purpose for returning was to investigate the incident involving the two people who had suddenly appeared to blockade them last time. The floating city was where Yu Hong had placed Yi and Kuchan in the rear. If the problem was not resolved, he wouldn't feel at ease exploring and cultivating outside. As the safe house entered a concealed fusion state, Kuchan, sensing the approach, promptly notified Principal Lu Qixian of the academy. The AUS Academy ship began actively attacking the Black Tide, offering support. Inside the mothership of AUS Academy, Lu Qixian sat in the command seat, turning his chair to look at the few students who had just entered. Su Feng, Ouyang Rui, and Kuchan. These three had been the most loyal followers by his side throughout the war. In two critical moments, when Lu Qixian was too preoccupied to act, it was these three who had timely handled the situation. Hence, his appreciation for them had grown. Among the three, Su Feng and Ouyang Rui were at the 4th level, while Kuchan was just starting at the 2nd level. However, given his very short cultivation time, reaching this level was already quite impressive. Kuchan, your elder brother is moving rapidly towards us and should reach the edge of our war zone in about 3 days. What do you think his intentions are? Lu Qixian, not knowing much about Yu Hong, asked Kuchan due to the significant incident last time. Last time, the two advanced mages mobilized by the Lucian family, along with a mysterious outsider, had all disappeared. Due to the Black Tide's blockade, it was impossible to investigate thoroughly, but from various subsequent indications, it was likely a disastrous outcome. Given such achievements by Yu Hong, Lu Qixian naturally increased his attention towards him. Elder brother Yu Hong's thoughts are actually quite simple, Kuchan said with a bitter smile. Anyone who is inexplicably blockaded and attacked as soon as they appear would first think to find out why and then seek revenge. Sigh. Lu Qixian understood this reasoning, but he still sought confirmation from Kuchan. The Lucian family probably already got the news. In fact, since the last blockade failed, they have been preparing for a long-distance migration to leave the floating city. But the Black Tide's blockade has left them with no chance to escape. Now that Yu Hong is making a comeback, they'll be compelled to flee for their lives. This matter was a small issue at first, but it escalated step by step, and now it has become. Kuchan sighed, having not seen Yu Hong for a long time, unsure of how he had changed. But Yu Hong may not be able to get through. The core of the Black Tide has the Mother of Corpses, which is a massive war machine comparable to a level 9 senator. Naturally, its surroundings emit space-time traps, Lu Qixuan said gravely. Since my elder brother dares to come, he must have a way. Kuchan trusted Yu Hong a lot. Asterisk. 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 In outer space, black spirit silently flew through countless black tide monsters, weaving its way through. The densely packed monsters completely covered the surroundings, forcing the safe house to move cautiously through narrow gaps. From the safe house window, Yu Hong and Quan He stood on the inside of the glass, watching the outside situation quietly. The myriad of black monsters, strange and various, quietly clung together, forming branch-like network structures. Most of them were asleep, motionless, with only the outer layers constantly waking and flying off to battle. They were navigating through what felt like a vast black forest. As we enter the innermost part, the black tide seems quite serene, Yu Hong said softly. He was somewhat nervous at this moment, because just as they were entering, they had encountered 3 waves of strange monsters, at least at the contamination level. He even encountered a giant meatball with a presence similar to his teacher, Yu Shuezi. If these monsters were alarmed, the safe house's defenses would surely hold, but being trapped would be troublesome. The current power of the safe house primarily depended on him. The original small nuclear reactor had long been unusable as the primary power source. It couldn't even reach golden core level power, let alone a foundation establishment level. We'll visit Kuchan and then head back. This place is still too dangerous and not suitable for us to intervene now, Yu Hong said, being very self-aware. Indeed, we can only ensure basic safety now. Even if we discover something, we can't solve it. Quan He nodded. Yu Hong didn't respond. He himself wasn't sure of his exact strength either. The Eye of Emosa was merely his conventional power. The truly formidable force lay in his exaggeratedly stacked body traits. 3 days later, Black Spirit quietly emerged from the Black Tide army, encircling the floating city like dark clouds, and entered the outer edge of the war zone monitored by the floating city. Kuchan had already brought people ahead in a ship to meet them. He and Yu Hong had numerous methods of contact and positioning. Furthermore, he had the spirit light positioning of the Tiling skill. This source disaster level power couldn't be isolated even by the Black Disaster. Chapter 578. The Tiling skill on Yu Hong's body, though gradually being devoured and diminished, retains its basic sensing ability, unaffected by sealing and weakening. Black Spirit did not enter the deeper parts of the floating city. The experience of being encircled several times made him distrust the absolute balance floating city. Soon, Black Spirit dispelled his disguise in the void and slowly emerged. Naturally, he slowly approached and connected with a nearby small black-silver spaceship. The hatch opened, and Yu Hong also opened his door and walked out, leaving Quan He in the safety house to ensure someone was always in control. The safety house is strong enough now. The only worry is it being dragged away when no one is controlling it. Brother Yu, Kuchan, in a white mage robe with 2 silver stripes on the sleeves, his hair also turned ashen, looking much more weathered, greeted him. He greeted Yu Hong with joy, flying close and giving him a hug. Long time no see, he said with a smile. Yes, it has been a long time.
Yuon Siged.
It seems like you are doing well? Let's go inside and talk. He and the others are here too. I have gathered everyone together. It's easier to take care of each other, Kuchan said. Is White Dragon Jiafei here too? Yu Hong scanned with his spiritual power and understood immediately. Yes, weren't we deceived before? So I brought everyone together. That little goddess was too outrageous. She's been taken for reform now, Kuchan said in a deep voice. Bai Long Jiafei was almost sold to the street by the little goddess, leaving Gu Jin speechless. To prevent Bai Long Jiafei from being fooled again, he simply brought her back. The two flew back to the spaceship together. Inside the ship, Yi and White Dragon Jiafei were present. Seeing Yu Hong, Yi happily grabbed his hand. Are you staying this time? Join us, don't leave. It's too dangerous alone, Yi said. Some things must be done by someone. Yu Hong gently touched her hair. Don't worry, I'm safe, he said. But it's been so long since we last saw you. Yi's pretty face fell. After everything is done, I'll come back and won't leave. Then I'll stay.
Yuon smiled.
He comforted Yi and then looked at White Dragon Jaffe through the black cloth. White Dragon Jaffe was in a white dress, her long hair tied with white ribbons, standing nervously not far away, not daring to approach. Work hard. Don't regret when you need strength, he encouraged solemnly. Jaffe nodded vigorously. All right, Kuchan. Let's discuss the matters from before. Who is targeting me? Yu Hong finally turned to ask. It's the Lu Xian family. They used a large amount of resources and promises to exchange for the support and acquiescence of other council members. They also invited mysterious strong individuals for the siege against you. This matter is no secret within our circle. Everyone knows. Kuchan quickly explained. If I act against the Lu Xian family, will other council members intervene? Yu Hong asked further. Two might, but our old dean and former council member Agrius may intervene to stop them. So it's not a big issue. The key is, if you face the Lu Xian family alone, can you win? Kuchan said seriously. If it's only them, it's not a problem. Lu Xian is severely injured. His eyes are still in my possession.
Yuon smiled.
Speaking of the eyes that can see the future, he has kept them sealed, yet to find an opportunity to use them. Once the energy level is reached, he should be able to swallow, absorb, and fuse them directly. Don't worry, we'll block the other council members.
Kuchan assured.
As the two discussed in hushed voices about handling the Lu Xian family, a humanoid figure completely formed from blue electric currents appeared on the floor beside the group. Old Dean. Kuchan quickly stepped back and bowed. Everyone but Yu Hong quickly paid respectful homage to the newcomer. During their time in the floating city, this old dean had taken care of them greatly. You must be Yu Hong? I am Lu Shiran, currently one of the council members of Absolute Balance. Agrius and I will handle the council side. Just find any excuse. But we can't directly help you against the Lu Xian family because of the arcane oath. Lu Shiran explained. Understood. Thank you for your help, Yu Hong sincerely said. Just be careful. The Lu Xian family has deep potential behind them, and their connections are quite complex. Don't be careless, Lu Shiran reminded. All right, please inform me of their location.
Yuon nodded.
I received news when I came that they've already begun retreating. I don't know where they're going, but I secretly planted something in their team. Lu Shiran showed a subtle smile. Lu Xian disregarded my opposition and captured people from my academy. Really thought I had no temper. Take this. Lu Shiran tossed a small silver object, like a button, letting Yu Hong catch it. It will guide you, Lu Shiran said. Thank you. Yu Hong glanced at the object. Go quickly. I just discovered they're moving. Lu Shiran smiled. Yu Hong smiled back. Then I'll take my leave for now, he said. Grasping the button, he carefully sensed the direction and turned to stride towards the hatch. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the battlefront of the spaceship and Black Tide, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the floating city. A silver-white seagull-like spaceship with double wings was rushing quickly toward the Black Tide. Inside the spaceship, Lu Xian, dressed in a silver-white mage robe, leaned on a golden wand with one hand, gently touching his empty eye sockets with the other. The grudge of having my eyes gouged out. Yu Hong, you just wait. This time, I will make you wish you were dead. Teacher, even the two strong men from the Blood Blade sect have gone missing. Isn't it too risky for just the few of us? Behind Lu Xian, a tall and thin female mage with purple hair spoke with a worried look. Philipu, explain it to her. We've come this far, there's no need to hide it. Lu Xian glanced at his younger cousin standing by the wall. Brother, there's no need to say more. Haven't you felt it yet? The other side has already arrived. The cousin, Philipu, smiled. Ever since Lu Xian lost his eyes, which were his mana core, his mana had dropped significantly. At this moment, he finally felt something and looked towards the front of the spaceship. There, a massive black mist appeared out of thin air. In the black mist, a huge arched black door, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly emerged. The door was covered with countless black moths, some as small as a palm, while others were as large as an airplane. Some crawled and wriggled on the door, while others lightly took to the air and slowly circled around the black door. This is... The purple-haired female mage stared in shock at the scene and quickly looked at Lucien but found her teacher's face calm, clearly having seen this before. Even though Lucien's eyes had been gouged out, the immense spiritual power of a level 9 arcanist allowed him to use spells to replace his eyes. Don't be surprised. You always wondered why our floating city was able to hold out for so many years under the attacks of numerous source disasters. Didn't you? Lucien smiled. He raised his hand, pointing at the giant moth door that was slowly opening. This is the answer. Crack. A slight tremor slowly emanated from the 1,000-meter giant door. From the crack in the door, a group of humanoid creatures with moth wings on their backs slowly flew out. These creatures had long gray necks full of wrinkles, like a section of hose, topped with large bald heads. Among the moth people, an old bald man wearing a black mage robe and holding a black crystal staff slowly flew out. At this moment, Lucien and the other two also flew out of the spaceship, respectfully saluting the old man. Scholar Yanir, it is a pleasure to see you again. Praise the great Emperor. It is an honor that you personally led the team this time. The Emperor is already aware of the Heavenly Sun Sect's sneak attack on the floating city. The generals have already moved to encircle and kill the Heavenly Sun Sect's officers. Originally, I wasn't responsible for this, but I got interested when the two from the Blood Blade sect went missing. The Mothman Elder Yanir walked through the void as if it were solid ground. Tell me, which palace in Qinghe Mountain does this Captain Yu Hong have backing him? Yanir asked. Not sure, but judging from the energy traces left at the scene, it should be from the Wanshua Palace lineage. Lucien had clearly researched and understood Qinghe Mountain well. The archives of the floating city were extremely vast, and it was normal for them to have information on Qinghe Mountain. The Emperor mentioned that deep within the Black Disaster, in an isolated area resides remnants of Wanshua Palace. However, that territory belongs to the Heavenly Sun Sect, so it should be an expert from there. Yanir thought deeply. Scholar, you mean to say? Lucien hesitated. It's simple. That place is isolated by space and time, and the experts inside cannot freely enter and exit. Just a little isolation will make it impossible for them to respond to summons. Yanir smiled. Actually, even if he comes again, it's no big deal. I am here to prevent any contingencies. Thank you, Scholar. Once the task is accomplished, I am willing to offer 5 planets to reimburse your consumption, Lucien said joyfully. Each planet must have at least 100 million effective cognitive entities, Yanir reminded. Of course. We have the Knowledge Temple and the Reproduction Holy Hall increasing the birth rate while adjusting the time flow rate. Within 10 years, we can cultivate a batch of high-quality cognitive entities that will surely satisfy you, Lucien answered skillfully. Clearly, he had already established a perfect supply chain for this. That's good. Yanir smiled, suddenly looking up at the distant starry sky. He's here. Interesting, chasing after us openly. Quite bold. This Yu Hong may not even know what he's about to face. Lucien also smiled. Not far away, inside the Black Spirit safety house, Yu Hong stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window at the massive moth gate. So, it is linked with the Black Disaster? From the 2 Blood Blade sect strongmen, he had already determined that there was something wrong with the Lucien family. Given the size of the floating city, it had no right to withstand the siege of so many source disasters for so many years. Now it seems they are simply a breeding ground, cultivating a large number of high cognition mages and then consuming them in wars to turn them into cognitive food, supplying the surrender faction. Such behavior is truly disgusting. Yu Hong's face darkened, gently caressing the black phoenix jade given by his mentor. Considering the scale, it's a good opportunity to test the strength of my enhanced body. Since gaining the ability of infinite growth, he had never fully unleashed his true form. This time, such an opponent might be worth his full effort. Chapter 579. In space, the two sides' auras gradually approached. Although Yu Hong only had one safe house black spirit on his side, the aura emanating from inside faintly coalesced into a massive white-haired, black-striped, twin-winged tiger, staring intensely at the other side. On Lu Xian's side, the spaceship had become insignificant. The truly eye-catching sight was the huge moth gate. Yanir and a group of mothmen stood together with Lu Xian, their combined auras naturally forming a gigantic gray moth, revealing sharp mouthparts toward the opposite side. Silently, black spirit stopped hundreds of kilometers away from the opposite side. Click. Yu Hong opened the door and flew out directly. Lu Xian, you should understand my purpose for coming. He loudly transmitted his voice. Being named, Lu Xian did not shrink back. He flew out coldly, hovering in midair, looking over at the opposite side. Yu Hong, you killed my disciple and gouged out my eyes, and yet you dare to chase me today. Wasn't it you who first attacked me, blocked my way, and captured me? And now you start accusing me. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Me first? I originally didn't intend to. Enough nonsense. Yu Hong didn't want to listen to the other side's nonsense. He rapidly injected mana into the Black Phoenix jade in his hand. The vast mana of the nascent soul late stage surged quickly. Roar! A massive cry exploded, and a black fire phoenix leaped out of the Black Phoenix jade, rushing towards the opposite side. Before the black fire phoenix could approach, an invisible gaze pierced through the black fire, insidiously shooting towards Lu Xian's head. 4 Elements Shield. Lu Xian instantly cast a high-level spell, forming a 4-colored round shield in front of him while rapidly chanting, preparing his exclusive Forbidden Curse. As a level 9, he naturally had his most proficient Forbidden Curse. It was just that he had been careless last time, not having the time to use it. Golden Blade Storm. 2 seconds later, a dazzling golden metallic torrent appeared from in front of him, coalescing into a huge golden sphere, flying towards Yu Hong's Black Phoenix. But as soon as the golden sphere flew out, a hole was suddenly opened in the middle. Sizzle! In a panic, Lu Xian instinctively tilted his head to the left. Only then did he dodge the invisible gaze that penetrated through the Forbidden Curse and the 4 Elements Shield. What the hell? His face turned sinister. Having seen the opposite side, wasn't this exaggerated last time? How had they progressed so far, having means to threaten him? Boom! Not far away, the giant golden sphere formed by the Golden Blade Storm expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, colliding head-on with the Black Fire Phoenix. At first, the golden sphere scattered the phoenix, continuing to rush towards Yu Hong. But it collided with a void. Yu Hong was no longer at his original location, having disappeared. Left side? Lu Xian expanded his spiritual power to scan. No! Above! He raised his head sharply and released the second Forbidden Curse that he had been preparing in his hand with a booming shout. Frost Lock! A massive white freezing gas turned into a white torrent, blowing upwards, precisely hitting Yu Hong, who was about to fall from above to attack. The mana defense on Yu Hong's body was instantly frozen and shattered, his entire being hit by the freezing gas, becoming an ice sculpture on the spot. Lu Xian sneered, stopping the freezing gas. Without support, just relying on you. You dare to face me head-on, overestimating yourself. But the next second, his heart jumped, hastily moving away from his original position. Sizzle! In the next instant, a purple beam of light brushed past his original location, coming from Yu Hong, who had been frozen. Yu Hong's face remained unchanged, his right eye shining with a thick purple light. With a slight movement, he broke free from his confinement. I told you, you talk too much. He pounced towards Lu Xian, his right hand forming a tiger claw, swiping downwards. Sizzle! This move prompted Lu Xian to urgently release a magic shield to resist upwards. But in the next instant, he blocked an empty space. The original figure of Yu Hong rushing downward had suddenly turned transparent, fading away. Elemental Star Flash. In a panic, Lu Xian sensed danger. directly crushing a golden crystal he carried with him. The crystal amplified with his mana exploded. Within a second, he released his strongest spell to date, Forbidden Curse, Elemental Star Flash. Even without the mana core of his eyes greatly affecting his strength, he still had the capabilities of level 9 and the heights of contamination level. In an instant, with Lu Xian at the center, layers of various colored light masses expanded, exploding, turning into dazzling flashes, covering everything within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Some nearby wandering asteroids were also silently disintegrated by the light. This was a star-annihilating destructive strike. Yu Hong, in the surrounding space, had no escape and could only withstand it. The terrifying elemental flashes continuously impacted Yu Hong's body, shattering all his body protection techniques. Countless beams of light struck his body's surface, obliterating his clothes completely, hitting his skin below. In an instant, he was illuminated from his concealed state, floating in mid-air, being repeatedly bombarded from all directions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Masses of color shredded through all the mana techniques he released. Nascent Soul Stage, definitely still can't beat this guy. Yu Hong felt the overwhelming increase in the other's power spreading rapidly around. Gained a deeper understanding of contamination level power. This energy level is characterized by pollution and rapid spread. Originally, he planned to test his nascent soul late-stage cultivation. He had to see how it would perform. Unfortunately, Lucian's energy level clearly surpassed his own, and his attack and defense techniques were far superior. Forget it. Yu Hong felt his body constantly being bombarded but showed no signs of injury. Even his eyeballs were hit by the opponent's flashes, yet he still felt nothing. Emosa's body's tough skin defense was terrifying and flawless. Since the spell test is over, then, Yu Hong stretched his arms, relaxed his entire body, and bathed in the horrifying bombardment of the surrounding elemental star flash in midair. The next second, he started to burn. Danger! 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 At the same time, Lucian's inner alarm went off wildly. He didn't have time to think and immediately ceased spellcasting, initiating spatial shift and teleporting backward. But he was a step too slow. Swoosh! A gigantic humanoid figure over 6 meters tall appeared suddenly before him. The humanoid figure was almost clinging to him, arms spread wide. Embrace! Boom! The teleportation light beneath Lucian's feet suddenly lit up, teleporting both him and the gigantic figure away. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his back as his defensive demonized necklace exploded into pieces. The elemental magic shield shattered in 2 layers, and then he was heavily struck on the back by 2 large hands. Puff! Lucian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. D. He felt a sense of disbelief and maddening humiliation. The previously weak existence he could instantly capture had suddenly. At this moment, all of Lucian's mana boiled over, unleashing an explosion that indiscriminately erupted in all directions. Boom! A gigantic white mana explosion formed an exaggerated white sphere hundreds of meters in diameter. But soon the explosion dispersed, and Lucian was still embraced by the gigantic humanoid figure, motionless. The instant self-detonation of all his mana couldn't even make the opponent loosen his grip. Crack! Yu Hong embraced Lucian, exerting force with his arms, and a massive wave of bone-breaking vibrations sounded beneath him. In spellcasting, I'm not your match, but it doesn't matter. Mages are fragile. Once you get close, 1 strike is enough. His expression was calm as he released Lucian, letting his limp body float away like a pile of mud. Lucian's energy level was contamination, but he was not a well-rounded immortal Dao cultivator. He was an attack-heavy and defense-light arcane mage. Contamination's advantage lies in its offense, capable of amplifying mana countless times and destroying vast areas. But if this offensive power fails to work, the result would be as it is now. Yu Hong looked at the breathless Lucian, feeling uninterested. Even a level 9 arcane cannot withstand a close-range lethal strike. Before his voice fell, a scorching pillar of flames from behind suddenly engulfed him. Fiery flame burning body. Lucian's figure reappeared from behind, while the corpse in front of Yu Hong quickly melted and decayed, turning into bones before disintegrating and disappearing. Lucian's face was grim. His substitute death technique had activated, using one of the 9 available times, now leaving only 3 more opportunities for rebirth. Originally, he thought Yu Hong could be easily defeated, but now Yu Hong showed an exaggerated combat power. It seems it's not Qinghe Mountain behind you that needs to be guarded against, but you yourself. Lucian's black eye sockets stared intensely at Yu Hong, who was slowly walking out of the flames. The tens of thousands of degrees of high-temperature flames did not cause the opponent any damage. At this moment, Yu Hong, standing over 6 meters tall, with pitch-black skin, purple glowing eyes, and a cross-star-shaped dark golden pattern on his chest. This appearance seemed somewhat familiar to Lucian. He felt as if he had seen this form in some classical book. Elemental amplification, ultra-spiritualization, ice polar hell. Lucian had no time to think, combining intelligent spirit coordination and began casting. This time he dared not hold back, using his most powerful destructive spell. He had once completely frozen a giant planet with this spell, pulverizing it into cosmic dust within 5 seconds. Circles of ice-blue rune arrays expanded behind him, rotating and glowing brightly. Fierce winds blew around, despite being in outer space, with extreme cold air appearing out of nowhere, swirling all around. The temperature dropped rapidly, quickly reaching absolute zero. Crack. Large patches of ice-blue fog emanated from Lucian, drifting outward. Fine ice flakes began to appear even in outer space, seemingly freezing the very fabric of space. The freezing range rapidly expanded, covering everything Yu Hong could see. Even the giant moth gate gained a thin layer of frost. Lucian's mana quickly recovered, as he struggled to maintain this compounded forbidden curse, looking towards Yu Hong. Chapter 580. Clash. A crisp sound. Yu Hong, who should have been frozen, broke through the ice layer once again with ease. With every movement, he shattered the ice around him and continued flying toward his opponent. Lu Xian's face turned pale. Great elemental star flash. He exhausted all his spiritual power and frantically cast spells at Yu Hong.
Aurora freezing technique.
Space cutting technique. Rapid golden blade storm. Instant death ray. One after another, powerful elemental spells. Ice, fire, blue, green, repeatedly struck Yu Hong. But as the spells dissipated, Yu Hong continued to fly toward Lu Xian steadily. In contrast, Lu Xian, despite being a 9th-level mage of contamination level, had overexerted himself by casting such powerful star destruction spells in a short time. His face turned ashen, and his spiritual power was severely depleted. Is it over? Yu Hong flew up to Lu Xian, less than 3 meters apart. You! What on earth are you? Lu Xian's lips trembled as he stared at Yu Hong. I'm just an ordinary person with good luck.
Yu Hong grinned.
Bang! In an instant he struck with his palm. Lu Xian's head exploded, and his corpse was flung away, smashing into the door of the moth gate, creating a cloud of dust. Brother! Teacher! The other 2 mages suddenly snapped out of their daze and rushed toward Lu Xian's corpse. Behind the corpse, a new body of Lu Xian was rapidly forming, the substitute death technique taking effect once more. Oh, there's still more? Yu Hong was surprised, then continued toward Lu Xian. Enough! Suddenly, an elderly figure holding a purple crystal staff appeared in front of Yu Hong. The old man had a pair of gray moth wings on his back that slowly flapped. It was Yanir who had been observing all along. Yu Hong, your talent is rare in the world. Even in the floating city, it's unique. Qinghe Mountain has long been destroyed and cannot offer you the future you desire. We belong to the Elemental Imperial Court, and His Majesty is eagerly seeking talent. If you join us, you will enjoy wealth, immortality, and freedom. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yanir Smiled, persuading Yu Hong.
Wealth, immortality, and freedom? I can achieve those on my own. Why should I pledge my loyalty to you? Yu Hong said, looking at Lu Xian, who was resurrecting again. Move aside. You've killed him twice. Any anger should be appeased by now. Let's just end this here. We might even have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Yanir suggested with a smile. Your elemental imperial court. Yu Hong looked at Yanir. Are you surrendering? Yanir's smile faded. Source disaster is the trend of the times. It affects countless universes and timelines, and there's no escaping it. Even Qinghe Mountain, once so powerful, with heavenly venerates in the sky, what has become of it now? Enough talk. If you're unwilling, I'll have to use force. He abruptly raised his hand, and his wings rapidly extended, turning into two curtains that enveloped the surroundings, charging toward Yu Hong. In the last moment when Yanir's voice echoed, the space around Yu Hong transformed into an unbreakable giant lock, holding him firmly in place. Yu Hong struggled, but even his strengthened physique couldn't break free from such confinement. Have you ever faced an immortal directly? Unity of heaven and man means controlling the space-time around oneself. To fight an immortal is to fight against everything within their domain. Yanir's voice echoed in Yu Hong's ears. So, buzz. A golden light suddenly shone from Yu Hong's body. It wasn't his own light, but a trump card gifted by Feng Shuezi, glowing clear as water. So what? Yu Hong looked up at him. Bang! The giant moth gate began to close slowly and fade away. Yanir, who had been speaking moments before, vanished without a trace, along with the other moth creatures. Only Lu Xian and his two comrades remained, their spaceship floating aimlessly in the air. Yu Hong was speechless and glanced at the three. Swish! His terrifying physical strength erupted with an instantaneous movement-like speed. He raised his right hand and slashed. Bang! 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 Three crisp sounds, and the elemental shields on the three mages burst like balloons. Their bodies were shattered at the same moment. No! Lu Xian's body once again resurrected and condensed in the air not far away, but Yu Hong flashed again and smacked it to pieces. After this time, there was no more sound. Yu Hong sighed, turned around, and flew towards Black Spirit. His body also quickly shrank during the flight, returning to its normal state. Crack. The door opened, and Quan He was standing silently at the door, throwing him a set of clothes. Welcome back victorious. Thank you. Yu Hong took the clothes to cover his lower body. Luckily, Quan He was in a state of shock and confusion. Otherwise, it would be somewhat embarrassing to be discovered naked. After entering the room, Yu Hong immediately operated the safe house, turning towards the wind disaster. We must leave immediately. My earlier move was just to scare the opponent. I heard from my master that both the Heavenly Sun Sect and Elemental Imperial Court have golden immortal experts holding power. Our goal this time is reached. It's time to stop to avoid attracting higher-level troubles. Your arrangement, then? Quan He nodded. She was now numb, thinking this time would be a hard fight. But Yu Hong went out and settled everything in just a few moves, and even turned into a massive black humanoid over 6 meters tall. Honestly, Yu Hong, what is your cultivation level, exactly? Quan He couldn't help but ask again. Nascent soul late stage. It's just that I accidentally awakened a mysterious bloodline, so I can transform and fight. It's not a big deal. You'll certainly be able to unearth some bloodlines within your body in the future too. I just got lucky. These things everyone can do. It's nothing special.
Yu Hong naturally replié.
Quan He now didn't know how to face the words got lucky. All right, now that this matter is settled, we should leave. The heavenly tribulation is over. It's time to return to the city of no light to continue cultivating. Yu Hong, in a good mood, piloted Black Spirit and quickly disappeared into the multitude of colorful threads in the wind disaster. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time flies like an arrow, and years pass by like a shuttle. After resolving Lu Xian and the other two, Yu Hong and Quan He did not leave the city of no light at will. They remained within, focusing on cultivation and strengthening. Breaking through, they would go to Floating City to undergo tribulation, repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Yu Hong unsurprisingly broke through to the late stage of divinity transformation smoothly. During this period, he did not fuse any new traits but continuously enhanced his outer eye. After savoring the benefits of Amosa's body, upon returning to the city, Yu Hong immediately fused Lu Xian's eye to further strengthen his outer eye. The result was a countdown of 3 full years. Aside from this, Yu Hong also cultivated the Qingwei heart technique to the 3rd layer, and the 3 elements divine light art also reached perfection, acquiring a new trait. But by this time, both he and Quan He were almost unable to stay any longer, because the vitality reserves they carried had finally been exhausted from cultivation and absorption. Without enough vitality in the future, their cultivation progress would slow down significantly. In 3 years, Quan He had also advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Core, thoroughly understanding the vast gap between herself and Yu Hong. Understanding that Yu Hong's so-called good luck was genuinely just saying it nicely. You should indeed leave, it's time. In the safe house, Su Dan's voice echoed in Yu Hong's ears. The black tide I warned you about earlier is real this time. The enormous black tide covering the city of no light is not comparable to those outside. Only the strongest unconscious body monsters can enter here, and the truly most destructive heavenly disaster will arrive. You can't withstand it.
Su Dan Said.
Senior, the formation in the safe house was set up by a golden immortal. Yu Hong frowned and said while sitting cross-legged. So what? A golden immortal can indeed hold it off, but only at the initial stage. As it progresses, dangers that can penetrate the array and affect you will arise. At your current level, facing them means certain death.
Su Dan answered.
Then, Senior, how long will the black tide last? Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. It will last 10 years each time. After 10 years, you can come back. Besides, you must go out to absorb vitality. Su Dan said. By the way, where are you planning to go to replenish vitality? Not yet. Floating City can't be used for replenishment. The black disaster is still spreading, and there are too many spies from the Surrender faction. It's too dangerous and attracts too much attention. Yu Hong shook his head. I can recommend a few directions for you. At your current cultivation level, you can find sufficient vitality in any universe. But going out only to recharge vitality is a waste. So, you can also collect some resources and treasures suitable for your immortal Tao, enhancing yourselves. Additionally, you can help some small universes extinguish the source disaster's initial invasion, delaying the Great Annihilation. So, Senior means we should go to a universe where the Great Annihilation is about to erupt, repair and delay the annihilation, and also gather vitality and resources?
Yu Hong understood.
Wasn't this what he used to do? Yes, but unlike before, relying solely on the power of living beings won't accomplish these tasks in the Great Annihilation. The strength of the Great Annihilation is immensely exaggerated. You need to find the most essential induction point of that universe, which is also the critical reason why the source disaster leads to the annihilation of the universe. Finding the induction point, whether to conceal, destroy, or remove it, will effectively delay the invasion intensity of the source disaster.
Su Dan explained.
Then, how should we find this induction point? Yu Hong inquired, understanding. It's straightforward. The most dazzling and brilliant being among the living things is likely the induction point. This being might be the strongest, a top scholar, or even another creature not necessarily human. As long as its influence is considerable, and its life force is abundant and resilient, it could be the induction point.
Su Dan replied.
There is a simplest recognition method. The soul of an induction point being usually presents itself as a golden light dot. Junior understands. Good. When do you plan to leave?
Su Dan asked.
We'll leave in about a day after a little preparation.
Yu Hong replied.
Lacking vitality, he and Quan He needed to replenish it swiftly. Great. Be cautious. Tracking the induction point might attract the Surrender faction. At your current cultivation level, do not expose yourselves easily. Su Dan expressed some concern. After all, Yu Hong was the only individual he could communicate with in these years. Junior knows.
Yuong nodded solemnly.
His outer eye enhancement would complete in a few hours. He planned to start integrating the black marks traits immediately after it completed and then set off.